All right, we're going to start anyway, damn it. All right, here we go. Welcome to Reset Race, where we talk about race, politics, and how those two things intersect and impact those of us who are descended from slaves here in the United States. Us American Negroes, US Freedmen, whatever you want to call us, that's who we are. Well, almost everything you want to call us, depending on who you are. In any event, welcome to the show.
Don't call us bringing salt to a coalition when they ask for sugar. So damn sure don't call us salt. God damn it.
Yeah. We do things on our terms. You are correct. All right. So with that said, you just heard her. So we're gonna let her introduce herself. Sam, talk to the people.
I'm gonna be quick today because John has to leave us early, so I want to get as much of him on this episode as usual. So you can find me at me 17 trillion. I don't know how much longer I'm actually gonna keep interacting with you people over there though, because some of y'all getting on my goddamn nerves. Don't talk to me if you listen. I'm sending you information. Don't talk to me until after you read this information, because you're talking to me about shit that I've already sent you information on. So please read the information and then we can talk further from there. So that's where I'm at. I'm having fun on the show. I love it here. Some people have reached out about being on the show. You know, we're getting back to you as we can. And yeah, that's what it is. So thanks for being here. Like, comment, share, subscribe. At me 17 trillion while I'm still paying attention. That's about it.
All right, bet. Thanks, Sam. John, talk to the people.
Yeah. This is John C. Average American Negro, just a regular ass nigga. They just found me like, yo, you like politics? I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get some chicken. They just got me. But anyway, though, like, yeah, I'm here back with the fam. Happy to be back with the Reset Race family. Still, Penny's tape is still coming soon.
Yes.
Make sure that you go like and subscribe. Watch this Reset Race. Watch the whole network. We got Bit of Those TV. Got a lot of other things coming up. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here, man. Happy to be here, represent for my people, man. Like I said, I don't want nothing from this, man. You can ask about me, man. Like, I'm in this shit for real. Like, I'm really genuine about this. A lot of people be bullshitting. I don't bullshit, man. If I wanted to make some bread, I can go do some other things, man. But I'm here talking with these three smart ass Negroes, trying to get my shit right. So happy to be here. Let's go back to the grill, man. Word up.
No doubt, John. Appreciate it. Mud, last but not least.
Yeah, they call me Mud. You can find me on my social media at Lineage, Twitter, Instagram, and Clubhouse. But I don't know. I might be done with Clubhouse.
Oh, you finally coming to the dark side, Mud.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, but I'm almost.
You got a whole show. You don't need Clubhouse. Anything you want to say, you can say on this show, or you can say on Bitter Dose. Way better than being bothered with people who ain't paying attention and ain't learning on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's a lot of recycling the same shit over and over again.
Sorry, Mud. Go ahead. I'm just glad you stop. You gonna stop giving them that energy, because we need more energy over here. We got, me and you got plenty of work.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm about done with social media altogether. But
that's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That's funny. Come midterms, the only people gonna be on social media is MG cussing people out till they steal his account.
Hey, I got to get my grumpy old man on somewhere. I can't do it at home. I get beat up.
Anyways, yeah, we're still doing the work over here. Bit of Those TV, everything. The Penny's tape. We got a lot of projects going. Yeah, just look forward to it. And let's get started with the show.
Oh, and also those of y'all who want to help us, if you have time, we need help. Like, money's great, but your time is actually more valuable at this moment. So even if it's like we need
time and skills.
Yeah, we need researchers. Like, even if you don't have a lot of skills, you can read an article and you can start looking through articles and seeing stuff that's important for us and sending it to us. Like, that's something that you can do real simple. Or when you see videos that you think are valid to, what we're doing, like, send it to us. It's like, that's that's simple stuff without having skills. For those of y'all who have skills, we really need y'all to reach out. Like I said, we'll get around to getting the Patreon stuff. All that stuff's going to come, but we're not really in this to make money. We're in this to get the message out. So if you can help us actually by helping us, like with your actual skill set or anything like that, we'll take that right now before we get the other monetary stuff up, because we're getting to it, but it just isn't the main thing on our list.
Thank you, Sam. And like John said, I'm sorry, Mo, what you got?
No, go ahead, MG.
Okay. So as like John said, like, subscribe, and share. You can do that right now to help us. Definitely share. There's gonna and stay out of our comments with BS. Other than other than that, we
They can't help themselves. You know they coming with
Yeah,
this.
that's the truth. Because you can't say Sam's a white supremacist and hates poor white people. Y'all got to do better. Like, y'all got to do better, because I care about poor whites. I actually care about all poor Americans. I want reparations. And at the same time, I want y'all to do wealth redistribution, UBI, federal jobs guarantee. I want $25 an hour, 15, you can miss me. And I want Medicare for all with that shit too. Even with Medicare for all, I still want $25 an hour. I don't care.
Yeah.
I want all it. So I want all those goodies for you, but I want you to support me getting reparations too. And if you can't do that, I don't care. Like, and you can say, well, no other group is saying that we shouldn't, listen, I don't fight against you. I don't fight. We did not do one tweet against the Medicare for all march, but we didn't do one tweet for it either, because I'm not going to spend my Black social political capital on stuff when you're not bringing my issues to your coalitions. Now, if you want to bring your issues to my coalitions, I'll start showing up for you. But until y'all start giving us some reciprocity, love don't live here anymore.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Back on the grill again, we grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, to win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Put them back on the grill again, we grilling them. Back on the grill again, we grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out we're really about justice and really who fake.
Today, our old friends at the Hill, even though Sagar and Crystal are gone, the Hill is on their bullshit. It's all right. I haven't heard anything. They're on YouTube, so I haven't checked them. They ain't popping up like they used to. But at the same time, the Hill had a gentleman named Kenny Hugh. Kenny's XU. I don't know how you pronounce it, so I'm not going to try. Our friend Kenny with his big old forehead.
He ain't my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on the 16th of July, they released this critical race theory cannot be true thing on the Hill website.
Because it's showing on their YouTube page, because they knew people would have murdered the goddamn comments in this shit.
Yes, absolutely. So we're gonna talk. And this is just so you can prep your brain. This is instructional, right? Because not everybody who's non-white is an ally. They have to prove that through action and word, right? And I don't care what's in your thoughts, right? I don't care, right? You can hate me all you want as long as you're in this coalition fight for what we need.
I don't care what's in your heart either. Thoughts, heart, none of that shit.
None of that shit. I need actions and words. That's what I need. Okay, so let's get it popping.
Case is a moment of reckoning that exposes some of the contradictions and fallacies of our current racial thinking. It is for this reason also a moment of possibility. So some facts about the case. In November 2014, a newly formed organization, Students for Fair Admissions, filed suit against Harvard in federal district court alleging that the university discriminated against Asian Americans in undergraduate admissions, and asking the court to prohibit Harvard from considering race at all in its admissions process. In response, Harvard denied that it discriminates against Asian Americans and declared its intention to fully defend its holistic admissions program, famously praised by Justice Powell in the Bakke decision for using race as just one factor in trying to create a diverse student body. So a brief look at the rallies that accompanied the opening of the trial.
Holding signs that say "Stop Harvard's Asian Quota," a group of Asian Americans led by Edward Bloom of Students for Fair Admissions took to Copley Square to protest Harvard University's admissions process. Bloom and others are suing the famed institution for discrimination.
Harvard systematically raises the bar for Asian Americans and systematically lowers it for whites, African Americans, and Hispanics. We allege that Harvard has a quota that limits the number of Asians.
Ed Bloom, who is this man and why is he leading a lawsuit on behalf of Asian American students? Harvard's initial brief argues that Students for Fair Admissions is a shell organization created by Ed Bloom as a vehicle to advance a right-wing political agenda. This agenda is sometimes politely referred to as rolling back the race-conscious reforms of the civil rights era. But if we refuse the euphemization, what we arrive at is Ed Bloom and his right-wing colleagues want to return us to the status quo ante of Jim Crow. As a point man for the right's long-term multi-million-dollar campaign to achieve this goal, Bloom has filed more than 24 lawsuits challenging affirmative action and voting rights. His big win was Shelby County v. Holder, the 2013 case, Supreme Court case, where the court eviscerated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 by effectively disabling federal preclearance of changes to state election laws. Practices of voter purging and voter suppression have expanded in the wake of this ruling, just as we would expect, with consequences for the 2016 and 2018 elections. After the Supreme Court upheld race-conscious admissions in Fisher v. Texas, a case I'll briefly talk about later, a case that Bloom was the driving force behind, Bloom regrouped and came up with a new plan, finding Asian Americans to use in the fight against affirmative action. He formed Students for Fair Admissions. The two other board members were Abigail Fisher of Fisher v. Texas and her father, Richard Fisher, and he went looking for Asian American plaintiffs. Okay, so they formed this organization, Fisher, and Bloom. They formed a website called harvardnotfair.org, and they used photos like this to recruit Asian American students as plaintiffs. So as you can see on this picture, were you denied admission to Harvard? It may be because you're the wrong race. And then at the bottom, tell us your story. Does this mean that the right suddenly loves Asian Americans? Does it? It might be more accurate to say the right is willing to do what is necessary to maintain a negrophobic social order, even acknowledging that Asians are discriminated against and admitting more Asian students into institutions of higher education. Strikingly, the Student for Fair Admissions complaint argues not only that Asian Americans are a minority, too, but that they are the most discriminated against minority, doubly burdened by white hostility on the one hand and affirmative action programs designed to help Black people on the other. Asian Americans, the complaint suggests, have displaced Blacks as the most disadvantaged group in society. They are, in effect, the new Blacks. It is often said that Asian Americans are used as pawns by the right in affirmative action issues. But in fact, as the video clip shows, Asian Americans are standing alongside Ed Bloom, front and center in the fight to dismantle Harvard's affirmative action program. The Asian American Legal Foundation, a Chinese American organization formed to bring the Brian Ho anti-affirmative action lawsuit against the San Francisco Unified School District in the 90s, along with the Political Action Committee 8020, filed a complaint with the U.S. Departments of Education and Justice charging Harvard with discrimination against Asian students. This complaint was meant to work in tandem with the lawsuit against Harvard, and the complaint quotes the Harvard brief at great length, the Students for Fair Admissions brief at great length. And by filing the complaint with the U.S. Departments of Justice and Education, they've brought the Trump administration into this legal and political battle. In addition, as I'll show, the amicus briefs submitted by the Asian American Legal Foundation in recent Supreme Court cases craft an argument about anti-Asian bias that serves as a template for the Students for Fair Admissions lawsuit against Harvard many years later. What we are witnessing is the emergence of a political phenomenon that has just begun to attract scholarly attention, the mobilization of conservative, professional, middle to upper class, first-generation Chinese Americans via Chinese language apps and social media networks into a formidable anti-affirmative action fighting force on a national scale. Although they represent only a small minority of Asian Americans, these activists claim to speak for all of them, and their dramatic confrontational rhetoric and modes of organizing have mostly drowned out the voices of the majority of Asian Americans who support affirmative action. With an unapologetic Asians first, actually Chinese first position, they scoff at the coalition building commitments embraced by Asian American activists for the past half century. It is the explosive convergence of this nascent Chinese immigrant nationalism with an older conservative white nationalism that is driving anti-affirmative action politics today.
Book, An Inconvenient Minority, The Attack on Asian American Excellence and the Fight for Meritocracy, Kenny Xu examines, quote, affirmative action, the false narrative of American meritocracy, and America's unease about a minority, Asian Americans, potentially upending them.
Now joining us today to discuss is author and president of Color Us United, Kenny Xu. Kenny, welcome. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you so much, Emily and Ryan, for having me.
So your subtitle says a lot about the thesis of the book, but if you could just sort of walk us through the...
Is this dude an Asian supremacist? Is that what we look at? Is that what we're looking at here?
Can we watch this?
I'm just saying that title is mom. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it gets better. Y'all haven't seen this. So for everybody who's watching, I stopped at the point where he says that the Black people have bad test scores in school because we have behavioral issues. At that point, I shut this shit the fuck off because I wanted y'all to get my initial authentic, but this motherfucker needs a Klan hood.
Argument that you make in the book, that would be fantastic.
So we have a narrative right now that posits that white people are at the top and Black people are at the bottom, but what are they going to do with Asian Americans? Because Asian Americans do not fit this narrative. They are the inconvenient minority. They were historically discriminated against. They face discrimination. 80% of Vietnamese Americans arrived in this country without even knowing English. And within one generation, they were able to turn their kids into college graduates at a higher rate than even white Americans.
So what do we make of the persistent figuration of Asian Americans as spoilers in the Bakke case? Should we turn, as Asian Americans often do, to the model minority myth? Is that what is going on here? The standard critique of the model minority myth goes something like this. Asian Americans are presented as being more successful than they are in order to drive a wedge between Asians and Blacks, to divide and conquer minorities for the benefit of whites. The model minority myth is a white supremacist ideology that must be debunked. Its blanket assertion of success exaggerates Asians' socioeconomic status and conceals the fact that, in fact, Asian national origin groups vary quite widely, right, in terms of their socioeconomic measures. To sum it up, the critique of the model minority myth says Asians aren't doing all that well. Not all Asians are doing well, and Asians are minorities too. But even when we keep all of this in mind, there's still something here that seems to need explaining. Why do many Asian Americans fare better than Blacks despite being subject to past and present discrimination? Why were Asian Americans the only minority that was admitted to UC Davis Medical School in significant numbers in the general program? Why does the discrimination underrepresentation link seem to break down with Asians? So what I want to suggest to you today is that focusing on the model minority myth as an explanation for what is going on here will actually disable us from answering these questions. This is because the critique of the model minority myth is flawed as an analysis in at least two ways. It reads the valorization of Asians over Blacks as merely rhetorical or discursive, and thus obscures the fact that this valorization has been enacted as social structure for nearly 2 centuries. Asians and Blacks have been assigned from the start to distinct positions in the US racial order, and recognizing and naming this fact is a prerequisite for understanding differential group outcomes. The problem is not a myth that we can correct or debunk. The problem is structural positionality. The second issue, and we'll come back to this again, is that this critique reproduces the logic of minority equivalency that I've already mentioned. Okay, 20 years ago almost, in 2000, I wrote the following. The assertion of formal interminority equivalences in the face of persistent interminority differentials in status, privilege, and power facilitates the white project of using Asian Americans against blacks. Okay, I'm going to scroll down again to, a little bit further down. After all, if we view all minorities as formal equivalents, it seems presumptively unfair that one minority group should burden another in its efforts to advance. I refer to this phenomena of automatically overriding the claims of one minority group, blacks, through reference to the moral authority of the claims of another minority group, Asian Americans, as playing the racial trump card. Okay, so this was 2000. I didn't realize the word Trump would become quite so loaded. I didn't realize that this would have come to have a double meaning, that in fact this mode of deploying Asians would intersect with the phenomenon of Trumpism. But what you can hear in my words is a concern, right, about the dynamic that I identify and which I think has come to be in the Harvard case. Writing in 2010 in an article entitled People of Color Blindness, Jared Sexton discusses a phenomenon he calls people of color blindness, which he defines as a form of colorblindness inherent to the concept of people of color, to the precise extent that it misunderstands the specificity of anti-blackness, and presumes or insists upon the monolithic character of victimization under white supremacy. In a negrophobic society, Sexton argues, the fundamental divide is not between whites and non-whites, but rather between blacks and non-blacks, or between those whose abjection provides a foundation for the social order and those whose coherence and well-being are grounded upon that abjection. People of color, third world peoples, minorities, these are concepts that suggest equivalencies under white supremacy and to this extent obscure the way in which anti-blackness divides and differentiates non-whites.
So I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep this short. I don't even want to comment. I just want to show. Give me a second, because I got charts. Y'all, I love charts. I'm good for a chart. So I got a lot of stuff up here. So give me a second so I can click to find it. Boom. Vietnamese, 61,000 compared to Japanese, almost 600,000. Indians, 460. Chinese, 409. So them college degrees ain't helping them poor Vietnamese like that neither.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. So he said they're an inconvenient minority, not the Koreans and the Vietnamese. And they still have more money than us.
That's why I was about to ask where do we fall
that
in
these
that
numbers are a problem and they should be dealt with.
Yep, absolutely.
So just so everybody understands what I'm saying, the Koreans and the Vietnamese need some more money. We need to help them. But fuck these people of color up there, because they got more money. This is white money. This is a little bit less than white money. White people got 355. Chinese got more money than whites. Indians got more money than whites. Japanese got more money than whites. So yeah, we're gonna go back to the video, but I just want to throw that up there since he brought the Vietnamese up, because them college degrees ain't bringing money like they did to the Chinese and the Japanese. I wonder why. All right, let's keep going.
The American dream is real, and Asian Americans showed that critical race theory cannot be true. And because of this, Harvard University suppresses the story of Asian excellence by discriminating against them in the admissions process, because they base their admissions process based off of this critical race theory language, where blacks are at the top for racial equity and then Asians are at the bottom. So an inconvenient minority really tells this story about the place of Asian Americans in the fight for meritocracy.
Stop. Fuck this dude. I'm from the rip. Fuck this dude. All right, so let's be clear. Let's be clear about this, right? What he's saying, where this guy, a white guy, he'd be getting stomped out right now. We're gonna stomp him out. We're gonna stomp him out verbally and colloquially and rhetorically right now, and it's gonna get bad for this dude. I can see it already. But what he's talking about with the his folk being on the bottom, watch him. He's gonna come for us. He's not gonna come from the white legacies. Watch him. I guarantee you. I haven't seen this, but I guarantee you he's gonna come for us and not come from the white legacy motherfuckers. All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, he said they're an inconvenient minority that learn English in less than a generation, like Italians, Germans, Polish.
Excellent point, John.
You have a white immigrant story. Oh, so your story don't even make sense to even be mixed up and matched up with our story. Oh, the kind of discrimination you face is similar to Latinos or the Irish or the Polish being a new immigrant, not being a descendant of slavery in this country. Like, so this we already know he about to get into he about to get into his neo-Nazi shit.
Facts.
That's all I got. I already know what this. I already know what this is. That's all I got. I'm
Sam,
sorry.
you got anything before we go to Mud?
Go Mud first. Mud, you got anything?
No, I mean, we all see where this is going. He's obviously not going to talk about the white people. He's going to come for us and try to make it seem like we're talking about something that isn't really happening because Asians haven't experienced what we've experienced, or that he's going to make some like crazy like comparison, like they went through the same thing we went through and they were able to change their situation, which is completely not the story. Like, I mean, obviously we're going to get into it later and probably talk about how the bulk of them came later after the Civil Rights Act, how we've fought for them to come into the country and all of that shit, and now they're shitting on us. But you know, we all see where this is going.
Yep.
That's all I got.
Do we want to get into this whole legacy thing now, or do we want to do it at the end of the video? I'll let y'all choose.
Yeah, fuck, get it now. Shit, why John sit here?
How elite U.S. schools give preference to wealthy and white legacy applicants. So instead of coming for the rich white people, you're coming for the poor blacks. And to be honest, ADOS people ain't getting into these Ivy League schools, no way. You really trying to take spots out of black immigrants' mouths, really, which makes me almost not want to talk about this. But let's just get back to it anyways. I'm just saying. So
Facts.
I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff. Y'all can read the full article. I'm going to get to the meat. But let's get to where Beyond starts talking about legacy. She was talking about legacy preferences, a widespread and increasingly controversial factor in admission to top colleges. Many U.S. colleges admit legacies or students with a family connection to the university at dramatically higher rates than other applicants. They are widely seen as a reliable source of alumni donations. That's why they don't go after the white people, because they know if they do, the white people gonna stop putting that money into the schools, and they'll stop doing programs for people who graduate from there. So that's why they go after us instead of them. But let me get back to this. The alumni donations, they do tend to be white and they do tend to be wealthier, Beyond said in the interview. I think that's kind of unfair. At Harvard, the acceptance rate of legacy students is 33% compared with an overall acceptance rate of under 6%. So why are y'all coming after black people? This is basically saying that mediocre white kids whose parents went to these schools for generations are getting in. But you want to take the few little black spots, and there's not even that many black people going to these schools. And very few ADOS.
There's a lot going on there, Sam. First of all, is, you know, servicing who's in power, right? This is not like people like Yvette said. You don't come over here and get on the losing team, right? And we are quote unquote the losing team. So this whole I'm gonna kiss these white folks' ass in hopes that they won't come at us while we try to take over the country. You know what I mean? That kind of bullshit. And secondly, not secondly, but connected to that, we got to take a look at these Chinese folks. Like that story that came out that all these Chinese folks are funding the Proud Boys, right? Yep. They recognize that we're the number 2 minority in the country in numbers, right? And probably number 1 minority when it comes to contribution to the growth of this country, to where it is now. And they'd rather go at us because we have less power. And I'd like to say to all those folks that think like that, fuck you. All right? John, what you got, man?
Nah, as far as the legacy stuff, man, like, you know, exactly. Like they scared to attack these motherfucking white people because they know that's what the bread. You feel me? Because they got the power. They got the power in these institutions and when it comes, especially Ivy League institutions and stuff like that. So what you do is you punch down and say, you know what, Negro, you the reason, blah blah blah, instead of fighting against the people that really want to get rid of this shit. Because They see you as competition. You need to deal with
Isn't
the
that
white
the same
folks.
thing that they accuse us of doing with brown immigrants? Anytime we
Yeah.
try to stand up for ourselves, they say we're punching down. Why aren't y'all getting on Asians?
Word up.
Because they got more money than white people, but they're punching down on black people who are poor.
Because it's us against everybody. That's the bottom line. It is us against everybody. Nobody gives a shit. Mud, talk to us, Mud.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that you said, that everyone said. And I also want to add these components to it. If they challenge white people too much, they might start losing their preference as like the model minority and all that stuff.
Facts.
Word.
And then also, if they challenge those legacy positions, because they've been overrepresented, they also get, a piece of that action too. So their mediocre kids can get into college.
That's true. They probably got a lot of legacies now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, because things change after you've been here for a while. So their offspring are not going to be the same as them. They're not going to have that same work ethic. They're going to be Americanized. So in a way, they want to get the same preferences that the mediocre white people are getting. And that's why they don't want to challenge the system. I mean, that's all I got to, add to this.
Yeah, and
No,
it is
that's
what it is. And culturally, that's how it works. All right, go ahead, Sam.
No, I just want to finish this last little piece of this paragraph. This is a Guardian article. Y'all can go back and read it. At Harvard, the acceptance rate, I'm going to reread that whole paragraph. At Harvard, the acceptance rate for legacy students is about 33% compared with an overall acceptance rate of under 6%. Countless powerful Americans have followed their relatives to elite universities. In 1935, when John F. Kennedy applied to Harvard, the first page on his application form asked where his father graduated from. Harvard, 1912, he wrote. He was admitted, though his academic record was not especially strong. In 1964, George W. Bush followed his father and grandfather to Yale despite his lackluster grades. Again, George Bush was a C- student.
Yeah, and that's with the curve because his family got money. Because I'm sure you can pay folks to take your test and do your papers when you got money. All right, let's ride, folks.
Okay, here we go.
How do you parse that given the different experiences? One population was brought in shackles and enslaved for several hundred years, and then suffered through almost a century of Jim Crow.
Sorry, I want to pause this. Can you hear Ryan Grimm stuttering? Because he can't believe what the fuck he heard. Because if he's understanding if a white person said this would have been a problem.
I heard that Ryan Grimm put him on his heels. I heard that. Yeah, somebody told me that about the video.
I'm gonna keep letting him go, but I'm just saying. You see it. See Ryan Grimm because if this was a white person saying this would be a. That's why they didn't put this on YouTube. Because if it was on YouTube, the comments would have been in shambles. Even white people would have been like, "This shit's racist."
Yeah, as they should. They got. Is there a YouTube? Is there a comment space on this Hill article? Well, we'll talk about it later. Let's go.
Yeah, we can check at the end.
Followed by gains in the 60s and 70s, running smack into the deindustrialization of the economy, the decimation of public sector and union jobs and manufacturing jobs that had made up the bulk of the growth of black wealth, combined with a different and disparate experience among Asian Americans. How do you kind of separate out those two things and come to a conclusion, a broad conclusion there?
Well, I can give you the most
I don't even know what
the most victim-y Asian narrative I could possibly give you. I mean, so many of these Asian Americans who come here have literally fled from communism, from the Cultural Revolution, from Pol Pot, from dictatorships, from identity politics, and they've come here and they face discrimination in the United States, Chinese exclusion, Japanese internment, and yet they still achieve.
Oh, fuck this dude.
Wow.
Oh, fuck this
Wow.
dude with a railroad tie. Fuck you, Kenny
Well,
Zoo.
but you brought up the Japanese, but the Japanese got paid reparations.
Indeed.
So why do you
Indeed.
bring them up when they were paid reparations? That's not a good example. And I guess it's
None
a
of
good
these
time.
are good examples.
I don't know if he got all the way through. He hasn't got to the riots yet, but I'm gonna jump ahead. We're gonna jump ahead of him. All right. Let's just jump
this
ahead,
dude.
right?
He's not gonna dictate how we do our shit here. Fuck him. Let's go.
But
You
let's
want to keep?
also let's
Go
talk
ahead.
about the Chinese Exclusion Act. Like how that's keeping them out of the country. That's not something harming them in the country.
Exactly.
Like how do you add that into the mix?
Yeah, because he's talking about stuff that happened to them, right? Yeah.
Hey, Mud, can you break it down a little bit, or do we have anything on it, Sam? On the Chinese Exclusion Act?
Mud, it's simple. Go ahead, Mud. You can just give us simple, because it's on here. Because I'm gonna go through their timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I forget what the dates are, but I think
you don't have to get the dates because it's in the timeline. We'll get the dates a little bit later.
Okay, yeah, but basically, it was an.
But it was before the 1900s.
Yeah, I was saying that they couldn't immigrate into the country. That I mean, that's how's that harming them in the country? I don't understand that.
It's not.
Like I get, like you might say, it's discriminatory as far as immigration is concerned, but that's not an actual harm to like Chinese American citizens because they aren't allowed in the country.
Damn, I'm gonna go back a little bit on that one. That was good, Mud.
That's a good point, Mud. All right, let's go. Let's ride.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back just a little bit because that was good, Mud. And let me turn the volume back up because I
face discrimination in the United States, Chinese exclusion, Japanese internment, and yet they still achieve. What we always try to posit the worst victim narrative that we could, and you just did for Black Americans, but I could do the same for Asian Americans.
So how should we think about the structuration of race? What kind of sociometric analysis could we pursue? These are the questions that animate my current book project, Asian Americans in an Anti-Black World. I'm going to try to take just a little slice of the book to present to you before we move on with affirmative action. Okay, so my departure point is Lewis Gordon's discussion of the two principles shaping the U.S. racial order. Be white, but above all, don't be Black. White is best, but the most important thing is not Blackness. Blackness, Gordon writes, is the point from which the greatest distance must be forged. So, building upon Gordon, we can say the racial order is structured first and foremost by anti-Blackness, the abjection of Blackness, and secondarily by white supremacy, the valorization of whiteness. Asian Americans, I argue in my book, are positioned at that tense conjuncture between anti-Blackness and white supremacy, where the elevating force of being not Black meets the downward force of being not white. Despite significant and persistent inequalities among Asian American groups, even the worst off among them have something, in James Baldwin's words, something to lose, namely their not Blackness in an anti-Black society. So let me make this a little more concrete by discussing the original Asiatic in the American imagination, the Chinese immigrant laborer in the 1800s. Yes, everything always goes back to the Chinese immigrant labor, everything in Asian American studies anyhow, where we can see how not Blackness was constitutive of the very concept of the Asiatic from the start. What we see in each of the three Chinese labor stories of the 19th century that I briefly touch upon in my book, Chinese wage labor in California, Chinese contract labor in the US South, Chinese indentured labor in Cuba, is that Chinese presence was always predicated on Black absence. As we learned from Nadia Aram-Hario, Edley Wang, and Moon Ho Zhang, Chinese migrants came to California because it was a free state that prohibited slavery and thus had an enormous demand for labor. They were transported to Cuba as part of the coolie trade that sprang up to take the place of the declining global slave trade. And they were transported into the South in the wake of the Civil War to help lock down Black economic and political subordination. Global racial meanings shaped and were shaped by these global labor flows under capitalism. Both Western and Asian ethnological science placed Asiatics close to or near Europeans or with Europeans at the top of the scale, and Africans close to apes at the bottom of the scale. Asiatics were indisputably part of the family of man, and by the 1860s, China was formally welcomed into the family of nations as well, as indicated by the signing of the 1868 Burlingame Treaty with the US. Okay, and here Thomas Nast's famous portrait, the youngest introducing the oldest, and we see America introducing China to the rest of the family of nations. Note the absence of African leaders in this drawing, reflecting the widespread view, memorably voiced by Hegel, that Africans were marooned in time with the beasts of the jungle, lacking both civilization and history. The black was indeed the absent referent in white imaginings of the Chinese. It was the not blackness of the Asiatic, as well as their inability to vote, that made them the ideal substitute for black labor, the answer to the problem of slavery's demise. So I suggested that Asian Americans are positioned where the elevating force of not being black meets the depressing force of being not white. Does this mean that they are, in some sense, in between black and white? Not quite.
We always try to posit the worst victim narrative that we could, and you just did for Black Americans. But I could do the same for Asian Americans.
Well, the same
no!
Well, yeah,
Oh,
exactly
no!
accurate.
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Where did they find this dude?
Yo, he a Chinese neo-Nazi. I don't know if he's Chinese, but he an Asian neo-Nazi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I this is wild. How do you forget about what happened to us and just toss internment camps out there after they got, even though they not, let me back up. Internment camps were horrible. It should have never happened. And I'm sorry for everybody who went through that and those and people who descend from folks who went through that, because there are echoes of that through their lives. Okay. I hate, that's horrible that happened, but that was 4 years, and it is no comparison to what we have gone through and continue to go through here. It's not even close.
We don't even have to do that, because the Japanese who were interned have consistently supported reparations for us because they understand.
Fact.
They get it. It's just motherfuckers like this that like they try to throw them out there, like, and that's not even when the time they're on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's disrespectful. Like, this is kind of the same thing. Like when we say, like, just because you're black, if you're not of our lineage, you don't get to speak for us. Like, because you do shit like this.
Yeah, when it doesn't affect you, absolutely. And it's important to note that something that Mud pointed out in one of his Bitter Dose episodes was there are right wingers out there paying folks that are quote unquote iconoclasts. That's the term that Adolf Reed used, but they're paying folks from other sides of the political spectrum to write articles, book reviews, and maybe even books. I don't know if this guy falls into that space, but right wingers are out here paying folks across the political spectrum to shit on us. So just want to put that out there, because the right wing is famous, absolutely famous. You may not know this, but this is one of their tactics they use. Somebody will write a book that agrees with them, and somebody with some money will go buy cases of these books, stick it in a warehouse somewhere to make it a bestseller. All right? So think about that as we go forward. All right, let's go. I'm sorry. Anybody else got anything? I'm sorry.
No, I want to play. Go ahead. Did you have something, John?
Yeah, because like I think he said he was Vietnamese, right? He's from Vietnam. That's what he said.
He didn't say he was Vietnamese. He said that the Vietnamese came here, and that in one generation they had high college degrees and blah 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 blah.
Well, let's talk about why the Vietnamese were here, right? They helped us. A lot of them came here as refugees because they helped us during the Vietnam War, and they would have been killed if they stayed where they were. So they got a little lift up, a little help when they hit the ground here. So let's be real about that. Nothing against them. That's just how it happened.
And
so
I wish I could find that Ali video where he was talking about how a Vietnamese person had more rights than he did in this country, that his people had been here for centuries. So Ali was talking about that during the time when they were coming here. So like, come on.
For real.
Like, we've been here, done that. So just so y'all can see that this is not new with these people.
The most hostile to Negroes than most other Americans.
Why?
I'm not sure. Part of it's a certain dislike for the civil rights movement, because the people that have worked for the civil rights are saying, the government, you know, give us training, give us this and that, and so we can become like you. And the Orientals take a great deal of pride saying, you know, we had San Francisco and we had riots too, but we made it on our own. Now why the hell are you taxing us and using our tax money to raise you up when we could do it ourselves? The reaction against Negroes is very, very strong. I'm not sure.
All right, I'm trying to pause it.
Okay,
that was it. So we can go a little bit further on this video because the dude is going to bring up this riot. And then when the dude brings up the riot, I'm going to pause it. And I'm actually going to show y'all when this riot is that they keep talking about. At least when the dude brought the riot in the 60s, it was closer, but it was still like 90 years before that. But let's keep going. Give or take.
All right, just a second, Sam. I gotta say this for the audience. The level of research that Sam and Mud do for this show is astonishing. All right, so please thank them whenever you see them on social media or wherever you are with them, because they add context to this that a lot of people aren't. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
But you know what the gag is? Me and Mud be finding this shit like quick. Like Mud actually had the one of the things I'm going to use on hand, but most of this I pulled together in the last 2 hours in time for the show. Like this really isn't hard for me.
but we appreciate it, no matter the level of effort.
I appreciate it. But hey, but I would like more researchers because I don't have time to read new stuff, and I would like to. So if y'all would help me out, I could get back to my reading.
Yeah, and this is the stuff you got. Like you said, you found it quickly. Imagine somebody who was doing research for us who was really digging. Imagine
this is a simple Google search. This isn't like doing nothing in depth. This is all first page stuff. I didn't get to the second pages.
We still appreciate it. Let's go.
No, I appreciate you guys too. We all pull our weight around here. Okay.
Something of similar magnitude, but I don't think we should focus on that because I don't think that we are living in that history today, and the reason why is because you have these Asian Americans whose talents were suppressed, but when meritocracy was able to expand, the Immigration Naturalization Act was able to occur in 1965, legal discrimination was rolled back, not just for Black Americans, but for...
Are we going to talk about why the Immigration Act was like that? Are we going to talk about what we did, what our people did to make sure that non-European folks could come in here like that? Are we going to talk about that there, Kenny?
Nope, because people are unappreciative of it. But now when Black people say we need to have a discussion about immigration, you call us xenophobes. But do you see what Black Americans not having a discussion about immigration has done? It brings in people who hate us and who are trying to keep us from getting what we are due. And I'm not saying all immigrants, because this isn't a total thing. So I'm going to pull a James Baldwin. I don't think that Asians hate Black people. I can only speak to the state of their institutions. There are a bunch of Chinese institutions, to be very more specific, that are working against Black issues. So I'm not saying that Asian people hate Black people, but I am saying that their institutions seem to be anti-Black.
I'll tell you this. When I left this country in 1948, I left this country for one reason only, one reason. I didn't care where I went. I might have gone to Hong Kong, I might have gone to Timbuktu, I ended up in Paris, on the streets of Paris, with $40 in my pocket on the theory that nothing worse could happen to me there than it already happened to me here. You talk about making it as a writer by yourself. You have to be able then to turn off all the antenna with which you live, because once you turn your back on this society, you may die. You may die. And it's very hard to sit at a typewriter and concentrate on that if you're afraid of the world around you. The years I lived in Paris did one thing for me. They released me from that particular social terror, which was not the paranoia of my own mind, but a real social danger visible in the face of every cop, every boss, everybody. I don't know what most white people in this country feel, but I can only include what they feel from the state of their institutions. I don't know if white Christians hate Negroes or not, but I know that we have a Christian church which is white and a Christian church which is black. I know, as Malcolm X once put it, that the most segregated hour in American life is high noon on Sunday. That says a great deal for me about a Christian nation. It means that I can't afford to trust most white Christians and certainly cannot trust the Christian church. I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks they give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to. Now, this is the evidence. You want me to make an act of faith, risking myself, my wife, my woman, my sister, my children, on some idealism which you assure me exists in America, which I have never seen.
Because show me a black institution that is fighting against Asians getting into these schools or even being counted for as minorities. Like Asians have more money than white people. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Japanese, Chinese, and Indian people have more money than white people. They shouldn't even count for affirmative action. They should have to compete with white people.
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
Go ahead, Mud.
What
you don't have to ask, Mud. Just start talking, Negro.
Yeah,
Shit.
There's a sleight of hand that was just done right there. Because if he's talking about the Chinese Americans that were here, that were interned, and all these people that went through, rougher times in America that were here, like almost the same time as we were going through the shit, like, okay, maybe they might have something to say. But then he's talking about, he's trying to act like the immigrants that came after 1965 have their story.
Nope.
When
Good
that's
job.
not the case.
Ooh,
like,
I love you.
Like,
Mud.
how do you're co-opting their story?
Yup. Mud for slow people who be high like me. Can you repeat that again? Because he was talking. Because I caught that right. You said he was talking about all the bad stuff that happened to Asian people before 1965, because 1965 is when it opened up for more of them to come here. Yes. And now he's transposing their story on them. Ooh, all of y'all are some doppelgangers. This is the same shit Africans should be doing to us too. Y'all love stealing people's stories.
That is a fact. That's what happens when you do this forced teaming shit. But let's go.
Yeah, because he still hasn't gotten to the riots yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. Did John, you have something to say?
Yeah, come on, John.
No, I'm good. Let him go. Let him go.
Okay.
For every minority group, Asian achievement was able to skyrocket. Asian success was kept, and was discriminated against in this country. But we're living in an era where that is no longer really the case. And so you have to really focus on what the cultural values are and how that informs the discourse. Asian Americans really can't.
Cultural values.
Hold on. You know what this is right here. The cultural values. This, bro, you a Nazi? You a Klan? He put on his Klan hood. As soon as you start hearing things like cultural values, I heard later in the video, he's gonna bring up behavioral issues. It's their culture. This is all white supremacist, right-wing, hardcore right-wing talking points coming from somebody that's supposed to be a part of the POC coalition. Ain't that about a bitch? To fucking try to explain why, why recently Asian immigrants are doing better than people who've been here, Negroes that been here for centuries, that had to go through all this deprivation. He's trying to explain
it's the same shit Zilla be saying in our fucking comments. Keep going. Zilla, this for you. So you can understand.
So it's basically the way to kind of explain that away, to kind of just be like, that shit ain't all right. So that happened, but this happened to us and we just got here. So first of all, it didn't happen to you here though. You know what I mean? So it's like our culture is the reason why we succeed, but you like, if you brought a whole, man, all right, that's all I got.
John, that's a bar. It didn't happen to you here. God almighty, son, that is a bar. That is a fact. Anybody who's listening to this should understand that it did not happen to you here. All the stuff we talk about happened to us here as a result of policy and white supremacy. Damn, John, go ahead, boy.
And our government allowed it.
I
got so much good stuff. Keep going, Mud, please.
Yeah, I'm glad John said that, because I meant to bring that up when he was talking about what happened in Vietnam with Pol Pot. That happened over there. That has nothing to do with what America needs to be doing for its citizens here. Like, I'm glad John brought that up.
Facts.
at this point, those Vietnamese people who came over here at that time are citizens. So anything we do, we can do for citizens. We don't have to do it for them as a race or an ethnicity. We could do shit for them as Americans. Because as I said before, Native Americans have their own treaties and stuff with the government. They're their own conversation. After that, the only people who are owed anything in this country are Black Americans, because we were actually targeted and we were displaced. We were stolen from by this country. After that, the only thing that you are owed in this country is as an American. As an American, you are owed a high standard of living, but you're not owed shit as an ethnicity or as a person of color, because our country didn't do shit to you here in this country.
Yep.
And
like
we'll get to the old school shit that happened with the Chinese and stuff, because we're going to bring that into context, because that's what we do here.
Bring it into context. That's beautiful. And it's important to remember that here in this country, what was, as everybody's alluding to now, what was done outside of this country, no other country in the world takes responsibility for other people's failures or other people's bad deeds, right? And America should not either. We've got enough bad deeds on our plate to deal with that we have to deal with anyway. Dealing with somebody else's bad deeds, no, like Mud was saying, nobody here is responsible for what Pol Pot did, not a soul. So let's ride.
So, because I love Sandy Darity, he's my grandpa. He's my grandpa that I would have loved to have had.
Yeah, he's the best. He is the best.
He's a grandpa that I'd love to have had. But so he was saying it's a cultural thing, right? That's why Black people ain't shit, because we have cultural issues. Myth number 1. This is what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. Y'all are gonna have to help me read this shit. Like, I can't be reading everything. So myth number one, greater educational attainment or more work effort on the part of Black Americans will close the racial wealth gap. A common sense hypothesis ascribes disparities in wealth mainly to the difference in level of education. A college degree is associated with higher earnings, more stable employment, even in the times of economic crisis. Families with college-educated heads appear to accumulate more wealth than families with heads with lower levels of education over a lifetime. Therefore, higher education often has been touted as the great equalizer, as a mechanism to reduce the wealth gap between whites and Blacks. According to this logic, we would expect Blacks and whites with similar levels of education to display comparable levels of wealth. Figure number 1 summarizes our findings when we compare levels of heads of households with the same educational attainment across racial groups. Both for Blacks and whites, median household wealth increases as the head of household obtains higher levels of education. However, it is apparent that for Blacks, getting a college degree or a graduate degree is far from sufficient to close the wealth gap. Is it because they're Black? Sorry, I'm not going to read all this. So let's just look at the chart. So white people get a post-college degree. They have $455,212 worth of wealth. This is net worth. Yep. So this is wealth, not income. Black folks, 141, 15, college, 268, 70,000. Some college, 135. See how low our some college is? 18,200. Look at high school for whites, 118,580 compared to our a little under 7,000. Less than high school, whites still have 82,968, and we have a measly $2,000. So when he says that Black people don't work hard and we don't have a good work ethic, this racist doesn't know what he's talking about. Y'all want to comment on this? Because all of us have read this study before.
I've read the study, but it's staggering.
And y'all can download it. Sorry, I asked, and then I cut you off and forgive me. But y'all can download this. Just Google what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. You can download the study. Now, please go ahead, MG. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've read this study or even looked at the charts. This is staggering no matter how you look at it, right? People can say that we got here because we, like John stated, that because of these cultural issues that we have in the Black community, right? All this other stuff that doesn't account for or add context from the situation which most Black folks live in based on policy and practice here in the United States, right? When you pull that stuff out of context, it sounds wild, but it is what it is. John, what you got, man?
Yeah, this shit is wild. It's wild. Like that still is crazy to see the fact that like people always say in our community, especially the older heads, be like, yo, you get your education, keep your head down. See that? I mean, that's the right way talking about. I seen this on PragerU. Like basically talking to black people when Bishop Shapiro was like, all you gotta do is not have kids before you marry, graduate high school, get a job, and you could get the middle class dream. I don't have kids and I'm not married. I graduated high school. I got a job. I'm doing all right, but not really all right though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying like, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying they're acting like that's the three main keys. If all black people across the country did this, somehow we'll all be living upper middle class. And you know what I mean? Like it's bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I understand if there's immigrants that come to this country, I could say it was different ethnic groups in this country and we was all chattel slaves. So Chinese were chattel slaves, we was chattel slaves, all went through Jim Crow. Then once Jim Crow was over, and then the meritocracy, quote unquote, and then they started getting above us, then you could come at me with this other shit. But that didn't happen. Like, it didn't happen. You know what I mean? When you immigrate from another country and you flee another country, you kind of leaving that. It's a new start. We never got a new fresh start. You know, so the mentality is different. I mean, you got to just put that into some real perspective, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not making no motherfucker. We work hard. We some bootstrapping motherfuckers, man. There's people on Instagram right now that live in the hood trying to say, I got a catering business selling plates on the gram. They should have restaurants. Them black folks should have restaurants, man.
Because they food be bomb.
Emulating successful minorities will close the racial wealth gap. Ooh, that's a big one right there. Okay, here we go. In a recent book by legal scholar Amy Chua and Jed Rubenfeld in 2013, a longtime trope reemerged. According to Chua and Rubenfeld, the reason why certain ethnic or cultural groups, as they call them, achieve relatively high levels of economic success compared to others. Sorry, folks. Hold on.
Oh, a big old monster came in.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Go ahead. I'm laughing.
Yeah. Okay. So, where was I? Oh, I'll start from here. Or cultural groups, as they call them, achieve relatively high levels of economic success compared to others. Read blacks, most Latinos, and Native Americans. Is a result of superior group traits not possessed by others, using circumstantial or other evidence to including comparative household income and occupational status across particular social groups. The argument rehashes a now half-century old cultural poverty theory posited by Lewis in 1966. Okay, that's on page 37. So if y'all want to jump in there, this theory has applied holds that self-sabotaging group to individual level values learned under conditions concentrated poverty are recycled intergenerationally and can constitute a barrier toward favorable economic outcomes. This hold on a second, folks.
I'll jump in. This can include behavioral impediments to being able to acquire and hold down a job, an indifference towards educational attainment, saving or general asset building practices, and other alleged negative group level attributes, including a predisposition towards pathological family structures. See Moray, 1986. In the past, much of what is commonly referred to as the model minority narrative has relied on the perceived bootstrap success of American Jews and other Southern European immigrant groups, and more recently, select Asian, Latino, Caribbean, and African immigrant communities. Zilla, this for you. Since you won't read the study, we're reading it to you.
Zilla refuses to read. He does.
Notwithstanding the diverse, complex social and economic makeup of these groups in the first place, the immigrant success trope has yielded the problematic inference that if they can do it, why can't you? With blame centered on Black and Latino communities. The contemporary claim that if they only acted right perpetuates the myth that by emulating successful minorities, subaltern groups can close the racial wealth gap by their own own unilateral efforts. Forgive me, y'all. Jesus. Whew, let me slide this on up. Take the Cuban American and Korean communities, for example, which, if we examine these groups using income alone, appear to provide, was that a prima facie evidence for the immigrant success trope. But the lateral mobility hypothesis, Darity, 1989, argues that the relative social position held by the majority of adult immigrants in their country of origin will be regained by their children. In short, so-called successful immigrant groups actually retreat a comparable class position as the one they held in their country of origin. Does that mean a lot of y'all come over here with money? Their pre-migration capital, whether embodied in their education and training or their financial resources, is critical in the determining their outcomes in the United States. I want to put a pin in that because it said whether embodied in their education and training or financial resources. So a lot of people say, I came over here with nothing, but they came over here with college degrees. So let me see. Let me click.
And I've said it before, education is currency. It is absolutely currency.
And yo, and all these people that came over here with nothing, where they long ass homeless story at? Because if you came over here with nothing, your ass should have been homeless for at least a couple of years. Like, I mean, like
that's a good point, John.
I'm sorry though. Like, I've never heard like you came over here with nothing. We was homeless, living under the dirt. If you came over here with nothing in America, you'll be homeless for real. Like for real. Like I really don't hear them at the shelter or nothing like that. I know black folk, they ain't got nothing that's at the shelter, man. Like that's all I'm saying. Like, that's all, I don't know. I don't know the status. I don't know the data on that, but shit, I don't know. I never heard about their homeless stories. Like they ain't got that.
John, even adding on, they talk about having a language barrier, so they can't even communicate, and they don't have. How the fuck?
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Where you get your meals from? Like it never makes any fucking sense when they say this shit.
That's a fact, man. Good job, John. God damn. Go ahead, man. I'm gonna shut up. Like John says, I'm gonna shut up.
No, I'm taking a nap, man. I'm taking a nap. That ain't me. MG, no, you take a nap when you get off the show. I take naps on the show. That's what I do. No,
I love John. John's hilarious. MG, can you read the part, the bold lettering into the highlighting?
Yeah, I can do. I will give it a shot. And again, folks, please be kind to me because reading out loud is a skill. I know I said it before. I'm going to say it again. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Sam. More than half of Asians ages 25 and older, which is 54% of that population, have a bachelor's degree or more education compared to 33% of the U.S. population. The U.S. population, that means everybody here already in the same age range. Similar shares of U.S. born, 55%, and foreign born Asians, 54%, have earned a college degree. Both figures are substantially higher than their share of U.S. born people and the U.S. immigrants with college degrees, which is 32%. Much like economic trends within the U.S. Asian population, there are wide disparities among origin groups. Sam, let me touch on that a little bit.
Can you finish? Can you just finish reading the bottom of it because it gets into the Indians too? Just finish that little paragraph.
Yeah, that's important. You're right.
Then say what you gotta say.
That's part of what I want to say. Thank you. Indians, meaning folks from India, age 25 and older, have the highest level of educational attainment among U.S. Asians, with 75% holding a bachelor's degree or more in 2019. Bhutanese, people from Bhutan, adults are the least likely Asian origin group to have a college degree, which is 15%, which is closer to us. So let's kind of examine this, right? China's they don't say it here, but China's the one with the highest education levels, right? So those of you, I'm going to give you lefties a bone here, right? A lot of these societies that were communist believed in free or close to free quality education. This is communists and socialists, right? All right. And that's part of why these folks are so far ahead, right? Other than, our standard race and ethnicity fuckery that we do here in the United States. So a lot of folks get 3 K through 16 educations, right? And sometimes even further. A free K through 16 education changes absolutely everything. So let's keep that in mind. So they come here and their family did not have to pay for those educations. Some of them went to higher level colleges and universities in their countries, which you would have to pay extra for. But even then, right? I lived in Europe for a long time. In Germany, if you had to pay $500 for a higher level degree or a higher level education like postgrad, if you had to pay like 500 euros at the time, that was like, oh my God, that was staggering, right? So we have to be aware of these things as we spend so much energy putting Black folks down, right? I don't remember the numbers on the average cost per quarter hour or semester hour in the United States, but it is staggering compared to the rest of the world. So we need to keep those things in mind. All right, that's all I got. Go ahead, Sam. Oh, you want to read this too? Furthermore?
Yeah, if you don't mind, go ahead, because I'm making myself a little coffee. So yeah, and I'll pick up.
Okay.
So yeah, you read this page and then I'll read the next page because I want to get through this whole little part because people need to read these studies and so let's rock.
Again, this is what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap at Duke University, right? Here we go. Furthermore, again, please be patient with my non-reading ass. Furthermore, this does not take into direct account other structural factors and national policies. Oh, there we go. That's what I was just talking about, including the selectivity of documented immigration, which favors more skilled immigrant groups, and any support provided provided for particular immigrant groups by the state, which we just talked about with the Koreans. For example, while favorable class position and predominantly white phenotype of the initial 1960s arrivals from Cuba has been well documented. There's less attention paid to the role of the Cuban refugee program. And by 1994, the program had invested more than $1 billion. $1 billion in 1994 is a lot of goddamn money. In successful integration of community through resettlement resources, housing and education, training, and other programs. That goes back to what Bud and John said. That's from Masood Polito, 1995, and Warren and Twine in 1997. For Koreans, we talked about this, who have been hailed as a successful minority group due to their savvy entrepreneurship, what generally is ignored is the fact that the immigrant community that has come to the United States as a highly self-selected example, education, urban, and middle class, they have been able to provide opportunities to themselves by bringing substantial startup capital with them. Let's try it again. Substantial startup capital with them. See Yoon in 1996 and Bates in 1997. Perversely, discrimination against Blacks by default assisted Korean entrepreneurship in many U.S. cities where they share urban spaces. See Bogan and Darity in 2009, and also see Min in 1998. In addition, as Tamar Nopper in OPPR in 2010 notes, institutions played a role in their perceived group-based success, while their own exposure to discrimination in America's labor markets has played a role in leading to Korean over-concentration in self-employment. The role of government agencies is actively supporting Korean business development is disregarded far too often. Can you lift it up, Sam? Sorry for my reading again, folks. You want to take them here, or you want me to finish this paragraph?
If you can read a little bit more, please, and then I'll jump back in. I'll jump back in where it says data from 2013.
Okay, all right. If we look at groups based upon wealth position instead of their income, it is even more apparent that if they only acted right narrative falls flat on its face. For instance, if you apply the embedded belief in immigrant success trope that the wealth gap is due to largely Blacks not valuing education, in two recent reports, these are the names of the reports. So remember this, folks. The name of this first report is Bootstraps Are for Black Kids. In 2015, do your Google Smoogle. Again, bootstraps are for black kids by NAM and by NAM. That's one of the people that did the study in 2015. And another critical study for what we do, Umbrellas Don't Make It Rain, Hamilton et al. In 2015. Again, Umbrellas Don't Make It Rain, Google Schmoogle. The authors consistently found, as noted above, under myth number 1, that black families hold a long-standing commitment toward their children's education. Black families attempt to exercise their commitment despite having considerably less income and wealth to draw upon than whites. Oh, that's so important.
You guys want to say anything before I keep reading?
I'd like to say something, Sam.
Please do.
People need to read this study. Again, what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap, it will absolutely change everything you think about how black folks got to where they are and conversely, how white folks got to where they are. Okay? Policy and practice is everything. Go ahead, Sam.
Alrighty, let's rock it out. Cool. Okay. Boom. So you were down to data from 2013. Data from 2013 from the 2013 wave of the panel study of income dynamics indicates that the median income of Black parents who provided some financial support for their children in higher education was $44,640, while it was $63,346 for parents who did not. The discrepancy was even more pronounced for wealth. The median net worth of Black parents who provided some financial support for their children's higher education was $24,887, while it was $73,878 for white parents, again, who did not. Wow. Just look at the difference in the money. Like, all right, I'm gonna keep going.
That's serious. That is big.
It's mind-blowing. Furthermore, the typical US white household with a head who held a college degree had $268,000 in wealth compared to $70,000 for a Black household with comparable education head. Slightly less than a staggering $200,000 difference. See figure in myth 1, which we already showed you guys. White households with heads who reported having completed some college, did not finish their degrees, still possess substantially more wealth than the typical Black household with the head who finished a college degree. So for all of y'all who talk about free college, I'm not against free college. I think every American should be educated and be ready to help us fight what's going to come forward with climate change, but that shouldn't be Black people's reparations. That should be something that we do for all Americans because we want an intelligent citizenry, right? That's it. So I feel like y'all just kind of have to read the rest of this, but it breaks down the whole thing, like how all of this is just a big concoction. Like the people who say that they're getting nothing, like they're getting handouts, and we'll get into that going further. But let me go back to the Hill video. Y'all still gonna be mad. We less than 5 minutes in.
And advance and achieve the American dream.
So your book deals with the consequences of some of this in the form of like the lawsuit against Harvard, as we talked about in the introduction here. Can you talk to us about some of the discrimination that sort of counterintuitively ends up affecting Asian Americans today through some of those measures? Talk to us about the lawsuit, the progress of the lawsuit, what you expect to happen, and how that speaks to maybe some of the challenges that Asian Americans face in terms of discrimination right now.
So Harvard University founded critical race theory. Critical race theory came from the law department of Harvard Law School. This is undisputed. Kimberly Crenshaw, Derek Bell were the first professors to do that, and then Harvard based their admissions system. And it fits right in with Harvard's admissions system, which is based on a racial lens. What they do is they racially profile every applicant, and they judge every applicant based on their race. A federal department, US Justice Department, last year did an investigation of Yale University, which practices the same thing. And they give you, at every stage of the admissions process, they give you a plus if you're Black or Hispanic, which is a minus if you're white or Asian. And that compounds 4 times. So they use race at every stage of the admissions process. And so Asian Americans are obviously the lowest downgraded based on Harvard's use of a personality score, where they grade Asians the worst on personality. That's how they justify it. And now we see today that Asian Americans have to score 450 points higher than a black person to have the same chance of admission to Harvard University. This is
again, we talked about this earlier, and we knew it was coming. Is that he's not talking about legacies like we touched on before. He's talking about black people, right?
Yep.
Right. So, and we've established through this data that we just shared that they come here. A lot of these folks come here with money. They come here, and along with that wealth they bring, that wealth gets them in spaces. Because we're going to talk about the social aspect of this, that wealth gets them in spaces that those of us who in the black community can't get to, right? So it's not just how this thing is done with the numbers and the minuses and pluses. It's also you're closer to those folks who are legacies, right? And that matters. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That matters. So let John, you got anything on that? I just wanted to add that. I'm putting you on the spot, John. I mean, that was just in my head.
I'm like, oh,
my bad, bro.
My brain hurt. You know how I read that, but no, I guess it's yeah, exactly. Like you punching down. Like, be honest with you, the reason they want them to score so much higher because at the regular rate, the Asians was really coming in, and white people was mad. Black people never was mad. He was like, all right, whatever, like. But no one, his whole thing is that, like, yo, real talk. Now they trying to say that based off this little score system they got at Harvard, that whatever the fuck he's talking about. This is the white supremacy shit. But at the end of the day, it's like he's punching down. You know what I mean? Like he's like, don't give Negroes nothing because the reason why they're making it harder for me to get in this school is because of these damn Negroes and some brown, the Latinos a little bit, but mostly because of the Negroes. Like when it's really them white folks that don't want you to come to their fucking school no more. You need to go deal with them. That's what I'm saying. You need to go deal with, get them, straighten them out. But like Mud said, if you go straighten out some white folks, then your ass won't see that. Put you in a different minority position now. So
yeah, that's why white folks are getting rid of them SATs and ACTs, right? They get rid of that shit. Yep. You can't
beating the brakes off of them on that shit.
Yeah, beating the brakes off them ass. Yeah, exactly. So it's not us. We don't run into these institutions, right? Nope. And like and like John said, we gotta be careful of. Well, they should, not us. We know, but they got to be careful how they talk to us, right? Because this is yeah, exactly. Because this, to me, this is. I mean, I started to say this is wild to me, but it's not. This is just what groups that come here. They see who is in power. They see who is not in power. So they punch down, right?
Yep.
It is what it is.
Punching up.
Yeah, instead of punching up.
But y'all keep telling us that we're divisive. This is some divisive racist shit right here. I said, if this was a white person saying this, it would be a problem.
Yeah, it would be a problem. It would be a problem with some of us.
This is why the Hill didn't put this on YouTube. Like, there's a reason this isn't on YouTube.
Yeah, because they got shredded like you said, Sam. They'd be shredded in the comments. Mud, what you got, man?
So I'm wondering if he's talking about this. This lawsuit that the Justice Department dropped against Yale University, that the Trump administration put forward. Basically, they made allegations and there was never any proof provided, from what I could tell. And I don't know if this is the same situation that he's talking about, but Yale basically denied the allegations, and then the DOJ dropped the lawsuit. So
that's important, Mud. So those of you who want to do some research, let's get out there and get it popping. Y'all heard Mud. Thanks, Mud. You got anything else, Mud?
Yeah, I mean, and also, like it says in the article, the Supreme Court has reportedly held that colleges receiving federal assistance may consider applicants' race in limited circumstances as one of multiple factors. So, like, even like, I don't know what they're trying to. Well, I know what they're trying to do. Let me just stop. They just come bullshit. So yeah, all I got.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, John.
Nah, but it's crazy because like what they really trying to do, like they really trying to dip into. First of all, they getting upset because I guess the colleges are trying to kind of they treating them like they said Asians and whites are getting treated a certain way. Asians and whites are getting treated a certain way, and then opposed to that, like they're trying to carve out spaces for black people. Usually that means any black person. That's probably usually that ain't got nothing to do with us most of the time. But like he's still feeling like that's a threat to his. He like just get rid of affirmative action altogether. Like a white person, I'm trying. This shit is crazy. Like that's like this sound like what a rich right, like a right winger saying get rid of affirmative action. He's justifying it, saying that they're kind of they put us up there with white people as far as like the affirmative action benefits of working or whatever like that. And we don't want black people to get this. It's fucking crazy though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, appreciate it, John. And I think we all need to understand. We need to understand why the system is the way it is, right? Because they created these systems like he's talking about with the point system based on, okay, they want the best of the best, right? But not just test scores. What did that person have to overcome to get to that level, right? Did they live in a one-room shack and still get it done and get to and still get high test scores, or did they live in the projects with all kinds of violence and crime going on around them and still overcame these things to get where they are? What this clown is talking about, mom and dad signed me up for all these courses so I can blow out these tests, because that's the reality, right? Mom and dad signed me up for these courses since I was 10 years old so I can blow out these tests so I can get through this system, right? That's not overcoming. That means that's because your parents had resources. They cleared a path for you. Your parents' wealth acted as a road grader for you to get to where you are, right? So and the other side of that spectrum, black folks, and in this case, I will say Ann Brown. They may be the only time you hear this come out of my mouth, right? Have massive amounts of things to overcome. Right? We're talking hunger. We're talking food insecurity, poverty, homelessness. Right?
Sorry, I want to push back on the brown because brown people don't exist. Let's say Latinos, because Indians are brown and they got more money than white people.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair, Sam. That's fair. So let's say black and Latino. Thank you, Sam. That's just good. And of course, that's not all on either side. Have to deal with homelessness, joblessness, food insecurity. Now, if I scored the same one, for instance, if I went through all that and scored the same on the SATs or close to, even in the universe of what this Asian kid who went through all that shit went through and still got close to the same score, that means I'm a better prospect, right? That is the reality. It's about how you overcome your circumstances. But this guy on a glide path wants to talk about how superior he is. Again, fuck you, Kenny Wu. Come see me. All right, that's all I got. Go ahead, let's go.
Oh, he ain't even with full white supremacists yet.
I'm sure it's coming.
5, 4.
An ideology that penalizes success.
Kenny, I want you to try to unpack something you said a moment ago. Made kind of a leap where you said that it was in fact the case that previously Asian excellence was suppressed and discriminated against, but that's no longer the case, or that's less of the case now. But why are you so sure that black excellence is not being suppressed today? Maybe you're right. What is the evidence for that, though? Like, why can we stipulate that there was discrimination in the recent past, but that it no longer exists today? Like, what happened that blew it all up?
So Heather McDonald did a study in the City Journal. You guys can look it up, called "The Problem of Blaming Everything on Bias." So in this study, which is has profound evidence, and I read it, I'm about to shed a very unfortunate truth to both of you, and this is not a truth that I relish saying, but the number of Black Americans right now who score higher than a 1550 on the SAT for math, or higher than a 1500 on the SAT for math, is astonishingly low. It's less than it's less than 3,000 people per class in America today.
Whoa.
He about to get you the civil side.
I gotta get him. I gotta get him. I gotta get him.
He about to get you the civil side.
I gotta get him. I gotta get him. I gotta get him. Okay, I'm an old dude, right? I'm a private school kid, right? Because my parents sacrificed to pay for me to go to a private school from sophomore year to damn near the end of senior year, SAT prep was part of the curriculum. It was part of the curriculum, right? And my ADD ass, I did well for a guy, who has ADD at that time, back in those days. But education matters. Resources to adapt when you don't have that education matters, right? This dude, again, fuck you, Kenny Wu, right? Is erasing all those obstacles in the way of most black people, right? And again, and a lot of public schools had that same type of SAT prep program in the wealthier spaces. So we're talking about community wealth as well as individual wealth, right? My parents were able to pay our way into these spaces, right? This guy, and I can look at him and tell, he has never been inside a serious general population public school in his fucking life, ever, right? And you're gonna compare that experience, again, what you had to go through to get where you are, to what black people have experienced in this country based on policy, practice, and everything else that we had to go through, and history. Again, fuck Kenny.
Okay, so this is not good. I mean, this is not good. I mean, put it any way. I don't relish saying that, but the number of Asian Americans who score higher than 1,500 on the SAT is comparatively much larger.
Kenny, what are the numbers of black students who are in wildly underperforming schools compared to Asian American students?
They are in underperforming schools. They are in underperforming schools.
So
get him, Ryan. Get him, Ryan.
Right. So wouldn't a disparate education system disproportionately impact those who are disproportionately in underperforming schools? I mean, why? Like, this doesn't seem that complicated.
What's the context of like the systemic climate?
Right.
So they are, first of all, black Americans are in underperforming schools. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But they're in underperforming schools. But why are the schools underperforming? Why are the schools underperforming? Well, the schools have discipline issues. There are poor discipline issues in these schools. Furthermore, there's a lot of grade inflation in these schools. So kids are basically being passed from grade to grade. And I know my book is about Asian Americans, but here I am talking about a different community. So take it with what you will. But students are basically being passed from grade.
All right, so, oh my God. So he admits that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he continues talking about it. And yeah, I mean, look, this is ignoring like over a century of like discrimination in schools and like a complete misunderstanding of how society has been constructed in this country and how the educational system has been set up to kind of fuck us over, and somehow it's our fault because we're having
blaming the victim.
And
always,
I mean, it's okay. So let's say, all right, I have behavioral issues. Why does that mean my book is falling apart versus the other school that
yeah, asbestos falling out the ceiling, and that's because I got behavioral issues. Fuck out of here.
Why doesn't my school have computers like these other schools?
Like, what are you talking about?
Other kids working on iPads and shit, and I'm sitting here with a holy book. Keep going, Mud.
Yeah, it's like this shit is like it's such a denial of reality. And I mean, and you saw like he got stopped in his tracks at first because he knew it was real, And then he tried to find something to like argue. Man, I just don't like, I don't know, like, why are this is the thing, like, this has been going on for such a long time in this country, where people like this have been getting platformed in media spaces. And it used to be, a thing where, it was just the mainstream TV, but now it's like even independent media outlets are still propping up the same narrative. Like, at some point, aren't we going to be tired of having this discussion when we know better? Like, it comes down to a distribution of resources. Everybody knows we've been deprived. So why are we ignoring that problem? Why are we going all these different routes to, like, I don't know. I just think that we've been set up to fail. They've been set up to succeed. And it's not enough that they have the position that they have. They still have to continue to stab us in our backs so that they can hold on to what they have and gain more power.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
At the expense of us. And then we are made out to be the assholes when we point this shit out.
We're xenophobes. We're punching down, but I can't punch down on somebody who has more money than me.
You're right.
At the expense of us. And then we are made out to be the assholes when we point this shit out.
We're xenophobes. We're punching down, but I can't punch down on somebody who has more money than me.
That is a fact, especially in America.
And on that note, John, I love you, but it's time for you to go, or else you're gonna have problems at home.
Oh no, I got it. When y'all see me get off, I told my mom 5. I'm like, give me till 5. We getting busy.
Okay.
Give me till 5.
No
Like,
worries.
like,
I want everybody to keep the
we
women
good,
in their
good.
lives happy.
Yeah,
tell
mom we said thank you.
Yeah, word up. I'm gonna tell her too, man.
Yeah, do that. I'm serious. Tell her.
No, she love y'all. She love y'all. She say y'all keep me out of trouble. Like, she's like, we're getting all black. I like it. All right.
Let's keep this rocking, because we still got a bunch of stuff to cover. Y'all see, I got 8 million tabs open at the top. All right, let's keep going.
To grade under grade inflation, and as a result, you have in New York City, you have these middle schools that have an 80% or 90% graduation rate or a 90% pass rate between the grades 6 through 8, but 15% of these kids are scored proficiently on the standardized exam that should enable them to pass. So there's a massive cover up that's going on in these schools.
But Kenny, what's your point? Like, don't you think that what I talked about earlier, the hollowing out of the black middle class in the 80s and 90s, coupled with the drug war massacre?
My point is, if we're going to address the problem, we have to address the real problem. And the real problem is in these educational communities is not systemic racism done by whites against blacks. It is the failure of the public education system, which is made up of not just whites, but blacks, Latinos, and Asians as well. And so that's the problem. It's not racism. That's what I'm saying.
Who created this system?
Jesus Christ.
So this system was created by people of color in 1900. This is some revisionist history, like a motherfucker.
I gotta give kudos to Ryan Graham for the pushback and his little partner. She had a little assist there, right?
It's and she's right wing, and you could tell when you could tell she's uncomfortable. You could tell she's mad. She even got to stand up for black people, but she knew she would have got shredded if she didn't push back, because this dude was being a racist.
Yeah, and I think and you see what he said. Community education. You see how slick he was with that? Community education. That means it's the community's fault the education is failing.
Yep.
He thinks he's slick. But what you got, man? I know you got something.
I mean, that's what it is. Like, it's going to be a thing where the parents are responsible, even though their taxes are supposed to be, being used for the schools, and then the property tax situation in this country. Like, you deprive us of economic opportunities. Thus, you get around this whole thing of having to provide us with schools of equal quality, even though you had a Supreme Court ruling saying that you had to do that. You found a way to do it, but now it's not based on race. It's just based on the fact that you fucked us economically.
And property taxes. Property taxes is how they get us.
I mean, that's what
Because
I'm
we live in
saying.
poor
But
neighborhoods.
Yeah, that
I
was
know.
intentional.
I want to
I think-
spell it out because some people don't know.
That's intentional.
At
Yeah.
this point, shouldn't everybody know? Like, this is what I'm saying. Everybody
Mhm.
that's like important, that like is paying attention to politics on some level, like, you should know this. Even the conservatives that like you argue with them, they know that. They're not denying that reality. And it's like the politicians who are the people that should be changing the shit. They know it too, and they know how fucked up the system is, but they never want to touch it.
Mm-hmm. These are facts. John, what you got, man? Thanks, Mud.
Yeah, no, y'all right, man. It's just he's just trying to reverse it back to us, back on us, man. Like, they love blaming us for what they done to us, like, because shit is crazy. And then with the property tax thing, like, I mean, where I'm from, like, a lot of the houses, a lot of the houses that people live in, they don't even own the house. They 2-3 family houses. They rent these. If somebody else outside the community own the houses, like, and then there's also buildings, tenement buildings, projects, stuff like that, apartment buildings, stuff like that. So the property, so you're not getting a lot of revenue from those property taxes, like, and that translates into poor schools due to things like redlining, the white flight, shit like that. So he's throwing this shit out the bathwater, just saying the hood is fucked up. That's because black people don't know what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. That's why your school's failing. When, they deprived us from the resources, like Mud said. So, just this is some hardcore racist shit, man. he kind of hardcore with this shit, you know what I'm saying? So
It is. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mud. Were you done? I just jumped to John like.
No, Mud just clicked out, so keep going until he comes back in.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm good, Sam. What you got?
I don't have anything else. Like I said, this dude is a full white supremacist. If this was a white man on TV saying this, there'd be an uproar. I'm gonna keep saying it over and over again. There's a reason why this isn't on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, we see a lot of Asian folks who traffic in these white supremacist tropes, and they traffic in these spaces. I mean, it is what it is,
Yeah.
Now, again, it doesn't reflect. It doesn't mean all people who are Asian are racist. I'm not saying that, but you see a lot of Asian folks in these spaces, and it may be time for you Asian folks to start policing your people.
Yeah,
right?
I agree, because that's what you tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly, Sam. They always tell us.
Black people were held accountable for all people who attacked those elderly Asian folks. And we had a whole discussion about how we don't play that in our community, which is funny because it was like months later I saw on Twitter where this homeless crazy dude, black, attacked this elderly black woman, and they beat the brakes off of him in the street. People was running from corners of the street to whoop his ass. We don't play that in our community.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, no, this dude's a whole racist. It is what it is. Like I said, we still got a lot more, because we didn't even get into the little goodies and handouts that they got. So we'll get to that part. But everything that he said, I'm just like, this is the same shit. This is shit Zilla be saying in our shit about minorities. We already dispelled all these myths. Like, we did it with scholarship. Again, we showed the reports. Like, I don't have a lot to say. Like, for as much as I crack jokes and as much as I be talking shit, but like at the end of the day, I know my shit and I can pull it up and I can disprove. We already disproved everything he said. So let's play the rest of this and then we can go through all these economic empowerment acts that Asians have been getting since the 90s.
All right, hold on a second. Mud, what you got, Mud?
Yeah, come back, Mud.
I just wanted to say this, the whole thing with the cultural shit, we understand that it's just one big dog whistle.
Fuck yeah.
To say that we're an inferior race. That's all this whole conversation is. Like, all this is like, we are inferior and we're responsible for our situation. And like every piece of scholarship, there's nothing that has any substance to it that says that denies basically that we have been screwed over in every form of how the society is set up. Like even from the highways, like it doesn't even make sense the way some of these highways are going through cities. But the reason why it was done was to destroy our fucking neighborhoods. Like no one, like the whole system is set up in a screwed up way. Why would you want a country that where the education is based on property taxes when you're telling people that education is the thing that is bridging the gap of opportunity? Like it doesn't make sense. If you're going to sell people that dream, you would make sure that all the schools are of a certain quality so that people could actually use that as a ladder up. But the reality is it's not based on anything like that. There is no meritocracy in this country. Even with colleges, because when we talk about the legacy high, like admissions, none of that shit is based on you, like you being the best of the best. Like it's all bullshit.
Indeed,
sorry, I'm ranting.
No, you good, Mud. That's the shit. We needed that.
Very focused. No, that was very focused and targeted. Y'all gotta look up that shit with the freeway racism. That shit, there's a reason why it be flashing in the damn thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we only got a few more minutes on this. Let's keep riding, man. Thank you, Mud.
So I think Ryan's point, and it gets into sort of chicken or egg, Ryan's point is that that is a consequence of systemic racism.
It's not racism, it's just a system that disproportionately disadvantages one particular race.
Based on
but that's not racism. What would you call that?
Disadvantages?
That's what you just said. You just said that the public education system disproportionately. Whose fault is it? The people that run the system, obviously.
So this is where it becomes
the system.
Who do you think runs the system?
People?
I mean, I think
there are so many. This is the problem with the systemic racism argument is that.
So I'm curious to know if you have done much work with educators and if you see any applications for your work specifically in K-12 school settings.
Absolutely. I am a former professor of education. So I've worked many years in large teacher training programs. To be really blunt, I think our education system is the belly of the beast, along with Hollywood, basically. Hollywood pumps out the stories, the images, the representations, and schools reproduce inequality by basically being sorting mechanisms, and our schools sort children into unequal places in society. I think everyone knows that. If we didn't know that, we would not care what schools our children went to. But do we care what schools our children go to? Oh, yes. And will we go across town and to great inconvenience to get them into a better school so they have a better chance? Even as we say, gosh, we don't know any people of color in our neighborhood, so how are we supposed to get to know people, right? We'll make effort where we want something for our children. I think teachers are critical, and I think regardless of intentions, when you have an overwhelmingly white teaching force, right, we have a very racially homogeneous teaching force, you inevitably have the reproduction and the dissemination of racism and white supremacy, just by virtue of the homogeneity, right? Most of those white teachers grew up in mostly white neighborhoods, went to mostly white schools, rarely, if ever, had a teacher themselves who wasn't white. And that's just the teachers. We haven't talked about the curriculum, the testing, the tracking, the funding, right? Schools are just incredibly efficient at reproducing racial inequality.
That the people, the superintendents of a lot of these schools are not white. They're not white.
Certainly the city government.
Never mind, let's keep going.
You take accountability for your own communities. That's what you have to do. You have to, because that's the only way you can achieve, it's the only way you can succeed in this country.
With no money?
If you take accountability for your own community and your own actions.
Houseway.
In a country that's 70% white, you're gonna say that the administrators of the public school system are just uniquely causing
not a fan, but you did
this
good
to
here.
occur. It doesn't have anything to do with the broader system.
And Kenny, we have to run, so this will be last word to you on this.
I think that
Yeah,
the problems that
now.
are
White
going
man
on and in the Black and Hispanic communities. By the way, I'm talking about very specific Black and Hispanic communities because I studied the New York City public school system a lot, and it's in my book, An Inconvenient Minority. These problems that are going on in New York City's Black and Latino population is a result of failures at every level. You cannot just pin it unicausally on white racism.
Kenny Xu, the author of An Inconvenient Minority, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Kenny's a racist and he can go eat a dick.
You know what that means failures at every level mean them niggas ain't shit.
Yeah. But again, it's white people creating policy, which dictates how much funding that these places get, right? This is America. When there's a problem, you throw money at it. That's always been the answer, right? But we don't do that here. And they don't do that in our communities until it's time to gentrify. Then they start throwing money, right? Mm-hmm. All right, Sam. Let's get this data dump going.
Well, I don't know if I feel like reading all of this one, but y'all need to go. This is from Brookings Institute, Schools, Black Children, and Corporal Punishment. But basically, they punish our children at a higher rate than they do white students for the same shit. So again, that's systemic racism as well. And he used that as another thing. So again, go read this one because I don't want to go through this whole thing. So here's the other thing, right? They like to talk about.
Hey, Sam, can I talk about that real quick before you move on?
Yeah, go ahead, of course.
Okay, so a lot of the things that in our communities that we're punished for, and a lot of times by white teachers and white administrators, right, would be seen as leadership qualities in white communities, right? When a Black kid is defiant, right, a white kid is displaying his personality, right? So we see this a lot, and a lot of it comes from trying to suppress the growth of Black leaders, right? We can talk about potential Black leaders. We can talk about J. Edgar Hoover's memo about the Black Messiah, but it's rooted in the same type of thinking, right? You want to get these kids early and keep them from fighting for themselves in their community as something that they should be doing. And that is part of this punishment thing. I just want to put that out there. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, let's rock, right? So remember the Asian dude in the black and white video brought up, we had the San Francisco riots. This dude brought up, we have the San Francisco riots, so here we go. San Francisco riots. Look at the year, y'all. 1877. This is one of the biggest things they can point to, and this is probably one of the most relative. Because once you start hitting the early 1900s, they weren't attacking Asians like that. And also, let's get into the numbers of how many of y'all was really here. Because, so this is the thing I like to bring up. And, it's just, again, 1877. So you got to go all the way back to 1877 to even find something to bring up. Like, okay. So here's where's the one Mud sent me? Because I like that one. But I like this one too. I want y'all to look at this. So I'm going to bring up the one that Mud took too. But if you look to my left here, let's pull this up here. Boom. 1870. There were 63,199 Chinese had immigrated that year. If you look above, right, this is still like under 100,000 Chinese people at the time when this shit happened. It was under 100,000. So when he talks about that Asians have went through stuff, I am sure he is not one of these 100,000 descendants. So you cannot, like Mud was saying, you cannot transpose your guys' story on these people because y'all don't even have the same lineage. You guys came at different times.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
No, let's get into one Mud gave me, though. The one Mud gave me is better. And then when he was talking, I already showed you this one. This is the disparity, though, with the Japanese, Indians, Chinese, Filipinos. You see the big difference. They got a wealth gap in their shit too. So while he's sitting here talking all this trash and talking about how Asians are proving that there's no model minority, I think the Koreans and the Vietnamese would argue
there was
differently.
A crazy ratio where it was like
can I also say this?
Please, because I'm looking for
men
stuff.
versus women. as far as like in their community. So what had to happen is that they had to mix in with other races. So yeah, so like we're talking about, that population, essentially for the most part assimilating in to other groups. So if we're going to co-opt their stories, some of us walking around that may not look traditionally Chinese or whatever, we might also be able to claim that lineage.
That's a good point, bud. Damn. Yeah. And also, you folks look at that graph with all those nationalities and how much nationalities or ethnicities within the Asian community. You see Japanese is at the top, right? Remember, those folks got reparations. I just want to throw that out there. All right, let's go.
Goddamn.
So, Izzy, you and I are gonna read. We're gonna read this guy. So we're gonna go through the timeline of Chinese immigration, since you want to steal other people's stories. So I'll read a bit, MG, and then I'll toss it to you, and we'll go back and forth, right?
All right, that'll work.
1785. Now, mind you, we'd already been here. So, but 1785. Yep. 3 Chinese seamen arrived in the continental United States aboard ships in Baltimore. 1790.
3?
Go
ahead, say it.
1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres. Sorry, that's all I speak. You can you count to 3 in German for me? You got that?
Yeah, let me know. I swipe dry. Yeah, let's go.
All right. The 1790, the Nationalization Act of 1790 restricts
naturalization. I'm sorry.
I didn't say naturalization. What did I say?
Yeah, you said nationalization, but naturalization. I'm sorry. It's because people who just listen to audio. I just want to.
I'm sorry, forgive me, y'all. The Naturalization Act of 1790 restricts citizenship to free white persons of good moral character. So this is for all of y'all who don't understand how y'all didn't get to be citizens if you were non-whites after 1964. 1790 is when they passed that on y'all. So let's keep going. The law would be enforced until 1952. And they didn't really open it up until after 1965. Okay, I'm gonna slip down. Let's go to 1830. Oh, now listen, racial minorities would be limited. So again, where did all of these Chinese people come from? There was a few. So here we go, 1830, first US census of Chinese in America records 3 Chinese living in the United States. Is 3 still?
Damn, where'd everybody else go?
Did go home and come back? Or did
come? You got to think about it. If there were 3 of them, where are the rest going to come from?
And we got to remember, slavery didn't end until 1865. Let's keep that in mind, folks. Let's go.
Yep. So weren't we building railroads in like 1830 already? Weren't the railroads already being built by slaves? Okay, just saying. Okay, so 1830, Chinese sailors and peddlers visit New York. 1844, United States and China signed treaty, peace, amity, and commerce. 1847, Young Nguyen and 2 other Chinese students arrive in the U.S. for schooling. 1847, we still slaves. Gold is discovered in California for the gold rush. 1850, Chinese American population in the U.S. is about 4,000. So 4,000 Chinese and built the whole railroad system. After half of it was done.
Damn.
Well, I'm not gonna say half of it. There's a really good book on this about the blacks building the railroads before the Chinese came and finished it. But I'll have to go and find that because that was not my thing. Somebody else, I think it was Uluhim or something like that on Twitter. He has some of the best fucking history threads because he'll go through and break down a book, something serious. But okay. Sorry, I lost my whole thing. Oh, 4,000 out of 23.2 million. So we still haven't gotten to 1877 with the riot. The California Supreme Court decision, People versus Hall.
Hold on, Sam. Can we go back? Remember, the Chinese in California form associations for mutual protection. That's important. Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
That's 1850. That's 1850. That's important. Go ahead,
Sam. I'm sorry. I went right over that.
It's all right, Sam.
This is why we have a team. Okay. So Chinese couldn't testify. They got the Negro treatment. California legally prohibits Chinese and Mongolian immigration.
Means Asian. Go ahead.
Chinese American population in the US in 1860 is under 35,000 out of 31.4 million. At this point, again, we are still enslaved. So this is a really small group. So this is a very small group of people who, if they were getting the business, 40,000 is a small group.
There are 4 million of us.
Exactly. The United States prohibits importation of Chinese coolies on American vessels. So I'm assuming those are the Chinese from like Jamaica and stuff.
The coolies were slaves or indentured servants from other places other than Africa.
I did not know that. Thank you.
Usually Asia. It would be Indians would be considered coolies and Chinese would be considered coolies.
Thank you. I did not know that.
These were ineligible for citizenship, but they were also ineligible for enslavement. But what about the coolies? As Moonho Jung has shown in Coolies and Cane, Chinese laborers in the U.S. were persistently associated with coolieism, and through coolieism with that other form of unfree labor, slavery. So the Chinese were ineligible for enslavement, but the mediating term of coolie brings the two terms into a plausible relationship with one another. The point here is what was accomplished ideologically by positing this association, namely tainting Chinese laborers with blackness and slaveness. As Rudy Batzel discusses, the Working Men's Party in California viewed the large-scale employment of the Chinese as capital's attempt to resurrect slavery in another form in order to undercut white labor once again, right, as the slave power had. So the rhetoric of coolieism allowed the Working Men's Party to mobilize anti-black affect against the slave in the push for Chinese exclusion. But wasn't the Asiatic constitutively not black and not slave? It bears emphasizing that being compared with coolies and slaves did not mean being indistinguishable from slaves. To the contrary, distinguishability is a prerequisite for comparison. Comparison requires difference. We do not compare identical things, X and X, we compare X and Y. It was because they were known to be not black, because they had not blackness to lose, that the slave comparison could be used to tarnish the Chinese. This is apparent if we look at the limit case, Chinese indentured laborers in Cuba. They were technically voluntary laborers, right? They signed labor contracts, they received wages, and the contracts were called papers. Yet there were many aspects of their experience that made them seem unfree, compared, for instance, to Chinese immigrants in California. Lisa Yun, in the book The Coolie Speaks, concludes Chinese coolies were in fact slaves, that their contracts or papers were a mere pretense. But there are many reasons to believe coolies were in a privileged position relative to slaves, from the distinctions made between the two in Spanish colonial law, as you can see in the first box, to the division of work on sugar plantations in Cuba. For me, the most compelling evidence that coolies were not slaves is precisely the evidence that Yun adduces to show that they were, namely the testimonies that coolies gave to the commission that China sent to investigate the coolie trade in Cuba in the 1870s. I don't know how many of you have looked at this testimony, coolie testimony, that was produced by this commission in a report. This is a torrential record of physical suffering and grief, suicide and murder, anger and hopelessness. A recurrent theme in this testimony is the coolies' bitterness that they were being treated like slaves. Again, Yun reads this as evidence the coolies were slaves. But as Rebecca Scott suggests in Slave Emancipation in Cuba, the coolies' testimony rather shows that they jealously guarded their superior status to slaves. The complaint, we were treated like slaves, should be read as we are not slaves and should not be treated as such. Right? There's an indignation that the coolies are showing at this ontological misreading of them as slaves. Plantation owner Eliza Ripley recalled the poorest, lowest coolie carried his contract on his person and never hesitated to assert his rights. The fact that the coolies' papers did not mean all they purported to mean does not indicate they were therefore meaningless. Papers did not make the coolie a free laborer, a liberal subject, an autonomous rights-bearing individual. But they were an ontological marker, tagging the coolie as not property, as a being who had to consent to being coerced. This is why coolie traders held Chinese men in barracoons for weeks and even months, beating them and starving them until they agreed to sign contracts. the coolie was different from the slave, not because he was at all times treated better than the slave, but because he was considered a custodian of his own freedom. And so he had to consent to its surrender, even if the consent was obtained through force.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. See, I don't know everything. I don't try to act like I do either. All
Still my
right.
hero.
1860. Well, I know what I know. I know what
Mhm.
I know because I've researched and I've read it in books. Like, it's not like I woke up and magically knew it. So, and it's not like, you know, watching someone on YouTube for 3 years gave me 15 years worth of book knowledge, but you know, whatever. The United States and China ratified the Burlingame Seward Treaty, which sanctions mutual immigration between the two countries. So that's 1868. So we're just getting out of slavery. So they let a handful of y'all come over. It looks like 1869, first transcontinental railroad is completed with significant Chinese immigrant later. So y'all got here 1850. So between 1850 and 1860, so in 19 years, okay. But I like that. I'm not gonna get into the railroad stuff because there's a whole book, and we might have to do that another time. But I don't want to. I don't want to start digging that up because I can, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, significant isn't also in the eye of the beholder. It could be 20%, 30%. Some people consider that significant. But go ahead.
They definitely did. They definitely did the majority of the westward expansion. But like what was built in the south, the north, the east, that was slaves.
Yeah, but we got to remember, this is the transcontinental railroad, meaning one from one coast to the other, right? So everything else up until 1869, well, up until between the time they came here. So we have to think about that. That is one continuous railroad, right? Everything else that feeds into that is something different. All right, let's go.
Okay. So 1870, Chinese population is 63,199 out of 38.5 million. 1870, Congress approves the National Naturalization Act, barring Chinese from obtaining U.S. citizenship. The act also prevents immigration of Chinese women who have marital partners in the United States. Chinese and Japanese men must show evidence in support of a woman's moral character in the case of prospect and actual wives of Chinese and Japanese descent. So 1871, we still haven't gotten yet. Okay, anti-Chinese violence erupts in Los Angeles and other cities. So, okay, they're getting the Negro treatment. 1871. Congress passes the Page Law, which bars Chinese, Japanese, and Mongolian prostitutes, felons, and contract labor immigration. Okay.
Labor immigration, that's important. That means white folks are getting mad about them doing the jobs that they wanted to do. Let's go.
Yeah, that's it. So 1878, a federal district court in California rules Chinese ineligible for naturalization citizenship. So this is the year after this riot that they keep talking about. And then 5 years after that, give or take a little less, no, not even 2 years, right? No, this is 75. So 7 years later, they passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, right? After this, so they barred the prostitutes, and then, it made you ineligible for naturalization in 4 years later. Okay, boom, 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 right? So again, what's your population here? Congress passes Chinese Exclusion Act 1882. US, I want to get to the number. Okay, so at 1890, there was only 107,488, 62.9 million. I'm not going to keep going through this, but most of y'all don't descend from these people. You can go through this. I'm going to just skip. 1930, 102,159 of y'all here. Your population didn't grow like that.
And still, there's over 4 million of us here.
Still. And then
maybe about 10 million at that point. Yeah.
1950, 150,000. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it stops at 2000. 2000, you're up to 2 million, almost 3 million. 1990, 1.6 million, almost 1.7. So, here we go. That's 1970. So 1970, you were at 230. In 1970, you were at 292,000. Y'all came once shit was good. Quit playing us. And then you came here with college degrees when people didn't have college degrees.
Hey, Steph, can you go back up? What was the last time we counted that population? I'm assuming
this is 2000.
I'm talking about the night previous to 1970, where it says 237,000. When was the last time we counted where that? Well, I just want to try and see what the jump looked like.
Well, here's 1950. 1950. So from 1950 to 1970.
So they jumped from 1970. There's 150,000 up to 237,000. That's wow. All right, keep riding, Sam. I just want to see what that jump look like. Yeah.
So this is what we're saying. If we want to have a conversation about what happened to Chinese people when they were getting the nigger treatment in this country, we can, but y'all ain't them people. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying. So you can't take their story.
Absolutely.
And like Mud said, a lot of them probably married into the population because you see their numbers didn't really go up like that, which means they were marrying into other populations.
Yep. Let's keep in mind.
Because nobody was killing them. No, because nobody was killing them. But let's just keep it a buck. Like nobody was going through and like slaughtering massive amounts of Asians between 1920
and burning their towns down. Yeah.
To like night. So I'm just saying, like, if their population wasn't moving, it was because A, immigration, they weren't coming in, and two, they had to be having women kids coming out.
In. Yep. Yeah. Yep. And for those of you who are looking at this timeline and wondering what the fuck is this comes from Berkeley. Yes, the Bancroft School in Berkeley and in California. So this ain't fucking Liberty University, right? This is fucking Berkeley. So I don't want to hear this is some right wing propaganda. I don't want to hear that shit. You kiss my ass on that.
You know it's coming from our homies. You know it's coming from our homies.
So, all right. So here we go. What's the name of this, Sam? What's the name of this article? All right. The real reasons the U.S. became less racist toward Asian Americans. This should be interesting. All right, here we go. Between 1840 and 1970,
1940.
I'm sorry. Between 1940 and 1970, something remarkable happened to Asian Americans. Not only did they surpass African Americans in average household earnings, but they also closed the wage gap with whites.
Wage
as opposed to wealth. Yeah, you're right. Many people credit this upward mobility to investments in education. But according to a recent study by Brown University, another very left university, economist Nathaniel Hilger, schooling rates among Asian Americans didn't change all that significantly during these 3 decades. That's interesting. Instead, Hilger's research suggested Asian Americans started to earn more because their fellow Americans became less racist towards them. How did that happen? About the same time the Asian Americans were climbing the socio-economic ladder, they also experienced a major shift in their public image. At the outset of the 20th century, Asian Americans had often been portrayed as threatening, exotic, and degenerate. Like we see with those opium dens and all the stuff that we see in movies sometimes. Like one of my favorite movies, Tombstone. Okay, go. But by the 1950s and 1960s, the idea of the model minority had begun to take root. Newspapers often glorified Asian Americans as industrious, law-abiding citizens that kept their heads down and never complained.
Sounds like that they did that to combat us.
Indeed, because we were demanding rights, God forbid. Some people think that racism toward Asians diminished because Asians proved themselves through their actions. But that is only a sliver of the truth. Then, as now, the stories of successful Asians were elevated while the stories of less successful Asians were diminished. As historian Ellen Wu explains in her book, The Color of Success, the model minority stereotype has a fascinating origin.
Sorry.
The Color of Success, in case you want to read it again, by Ellen Wu, Color of Success. The model minority stereotype has a fascinating origin story, one that's tangled up in geopolitics and the Cold War and the Civil Rights Movement. The model minority narrative may have started with Asian Americans, but it was quickly co-opted by white politicians who saw it as a tool to win allies in the Cold War. Ooh, discrimination was
They gonna make us buy this they gonna make us get a fucking subscription so we can finish reading
Washington Post. Yeah.
Fuck, I hate Bezos.
Discrimination was not a good look on the international stage, right? So again, folks, read Ellen Wu, The Color of Success, right? Because
I so got to read that now.
Yeah, there's a deeper story here on why Asians became considered a model minority. All right.
They ain't gonna charge us. Okay.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. What were we gonna say though? I know you wanted to say something.
No. Go ahead. We can do this. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where we were.
How to next go down? Next paragraph. We read this already.
Glorify. Yeah. Okay. Some people think racism is that. Oh yeah. But the combat.
To combat
right
racism.
Okay. Here we go.
Exactly.
Sorry.
To combat racism, minorities in the United States have often attempted to portray themselves as upstanding citizens capable of assimilating into mainstream culture. Asian Americans were no different, Wu writes. Some, like the Chinese, sought respectability by promoting stories about their obedient children and their traditional family values. Oh, the tiger moms, right?
Yeah.
Japanese pointed out their wartime service, welcome to our world, as proof of their shared Americanness. African Americans in the 1940s made very similar appeals, but in the post-war moment, Wu argues it was only convenient for political leaders to hear the Asian voices. Oh, so they listened to Asian voices over black voices who were saying the same story and had the same. Oh man, that's interesting. Not shocking, but interesting.
I'm gonna give you a little breather, and then I'm gonna let you come back in. So I'm gonna let you take a sip. Yeah, go ahead. Say whatever you need. Go ahead.
Are we saying that basically white people are picking the winners and losers in our society?
Who'd have thunk that, huh?
Nah, the Asian dude said that there's no racism.
Kenny Wu said that's not the case.
Oh.
He wrote a book, therefore he's special. He understands. He's expert.
And he had on a tie or a suit.
I could have sworn our people have been saying this day one since this country has been founded, but okay.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Sam. Thanks,
just give me a second, guys. Just give me a second.
I can finish this paragraph while you do that.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. The model minority narrative may have started with Asian Americans, but it was quickly co-opted by white politicians who saw it as a tool to win allies in the Cold War. Discrimination was not a good look for the international stage. Embracing Asian Americans provided a powerful means for the United States to proclaim itself a racial democracy, thereby credentialed to assume the leadership of the free world, Wu writes. Stories about Asian American success were turned into propaganda. By the 1960s, anxieties about the civil rights movement caused white Americans, oh boy, to further invest in positive portrayals of Asian Americans. The image of hardworking Asian people became an extremely convenient way to deny the demands of African Americans. As Wu describes in her book, both liberal and conservative politicians pumped up the image of...
Sorry, I was muted. Hold up. Where are we? Hold on, because you said something. Isn't that what this dude just did right now?
It sure did.
I'm sorry, where were we? Because
the image of hard work down by the 1960s, right? The next one? Yeah.
Woo-wee. Woo-wee. So what? So
as
both liberal and conservative politicians pumped up the image of Asian Americans as a way to shift the blame for Black poverty. If Asians can find success within the system, politicians ask, why couldn't African Americans?
What? But critical race theory isn't true. That's what Kenny Wu says.
No, but wait. I'm sorry.
Kenny.
Y'all gotta Yeah, I gotta reread some stuff. Sorry, y'all.
Go ahead.
Forgive me, but this is how I remember shit, and this is how my brain works. So the model minority narrative may have started with Asian Americans, but it was quickly co-opted by white politicians who saw it as a tool to win allies in the Cold War. Discrimination was not a good look on the international stage. Interesting, because wasn't Germany talking a lot of shit about how wasn't Germany and Hitler and shit talking a lot of shit about how they was treating Negroes.
Mm-hmm. And the Russians still do
Russians
it.
too.
Putin's always in the president's ass talking. What about the Negroes?
The Asians too.
Just to fuck with them.
Remember when the Asian dude was talking shit on Twitter about how we treat Black Americans here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Let's get So embracing Asian Americans, providing a powerful means for the United States to proclaim itself a racial democracy and thereby credential to assume the leadership of the free world. Woo, right? Stories about Asian American success were turned into propaganda. Woo!
Mm-hmm.
By the 1960s, anxieties about the civil rights movement caused white Americans to further invest in positive portrayals of Asian Americans. The image of hardworking Asians became an extremely convenient way to deny demands of African Americans. That's what this dude was just doing. He basically was like, no, we don't know, because we're here. And since we're doing good, y'all don't even understand how y'all just fall into the trap. All of this has already been proved. All of this has happened before. All of this will happen again. Go ahead, MG.
Yeah, and we gotta look, right. So those of you who are on social media, right? While at the same time that the left is shitting on white fragility and the right is shitting on critical race theory, there are slick folks trying to slide eugenics back into the picture. Right? Race and your right. Race and your race dictates your intelligence, right? So you'll see this shit. They'll say they won't say it's eugenics, obviously. They'll say what did one guy say? An African dude, no less. Of course, he said this about. He said that your IQ score can show you. People with higher IQ scores are more likely to break through the racial wealth gap, right, or succeed, right? So my thing was the IQ test is not something that the average person takes, right, because it costs money and because psychologists administer these tests, right? So if you're checking IQ, that means you're in an institution that values the IQ score enough to pay for testing. Most schools in the United States don't do that. And we're not even going to talk about how the IQ tests are lean towards white culture, or at least against Black culture. We're not even talking about that. So all this stuff, as they suppress talk of racism and from the white community towards us, while they're suppressing that talk, they're bringing up this old shit like Kenny Wu and his shit, with this Asian minority, with the model minority myth. At the same time, we're hearing echoes of eugenics again. These things matter. Keep that in mind. All right, let's go. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna read some more. I know I'm going back over what MG said, but that shit, that's blew my socks off. If Asians could find success within the system, politicians ask, why can't you lazy niggas? That's not what they said. They say African Americans, but that's what they really meant. And that's what they said in the rooms. Because, LBJ loved using the N-word. That was his shit.
He's like salt on his chicken.
The insinuation was that hard work, along with unwavering faith in the government and liberal democracy, as opposed to political protests, were the keys to overcoming racial barriers, as well as achieving full citizenship. Isn't this the same shit that motherfucking immigrants keep telling us?
That same guy I was talking to, right? He said he mentioned the term agreeableness. When he's talking about his eugenics shit. Well, we didn't talk about agreeableness. Agreeableness is act more white. That's what that means. Let's go over it. Oh my God, let's go. The eugenics dude was horrible. Let's go.
Let's see if we want to keep reading this. Give me a second, let me skim it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So can you tell us a little bit about the question that got you started on this book? Woo. America in general has had very limited ways of thinking about Asian Americans. There are very few ways in which we exist in the popular imagination. In the mid to late 19th century, all the way through the late 1940s and 1950s, Asian were thought of as brown hordes or as yellow peril. Ooh. There was a sinister, weird was it Fu Manchu stereotype?
Fu Manchu, yeah.
Oh, Fu Manchu stereotype. Yet by the middle of the 1960s, Asian Americans had undergone this really arresting racial makeover. Political leaders, journalists, social scientists, all these people in the public eye seem to suddenly be praising Asian Americans as so-called model minorities. I thought that might be a very interesting question to try to unravel. Okay, I don't want to get into all this stuff with the book. Y'all got to go read this. It's at the Washington Post. It was free. So go read it.
What's the name of the article again? Just so people.
We're going to go back to the top.
All right. Again,
okay.
Is it Washington Post?
It's Washington Post. The real reason the U.S. became less racist towards Asians. I'll try to remember to put it in the description box, but I'm busy. I work. Like, y'all don't understand how much time me and Mud spend doing this thing.
They heard you. Yeah, and there's also a video in there.
Y'all got to do the slightest bit of legwork sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got a video. It'll be interesting to see what that's about, but I don't want to play it because whatever. Okay.
Yeah, that's another time. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. So we did that. So should we move into the economic empowerment act?
Yes, that's what I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Well, I want to start here. Can you read this part? Because we're going to start with the history, because this is the first one. So read the history with the Clinton. Okay, so I talk about this shit all the time because, Asians keep talking about how they worked hard and they didn't have to ask nobody for nothing. I can't whoop-de-woo, but y'all stay with y'all
white
hand
folks
out.
Shit, yeah. They with the same white folks shit they talk about. The Homestead Act? I don't know nothing about that. All right, here we go. History. Clinton administration. On June 7, 1999, President Bill Clinton signed Executive Order 13125. Again, Executive Order 13125 under Bill Clinton to establish the first White House initiative on Asian American and Pacific Islander in order to improve the quality of life of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders through increased participation in federal programs where they may be underserved, e.g., health, human services, education, housing, labor, transportation, and economic and community development. The executive order called on all federal departments to mobilize their resources to address the unmet needs of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Prior to the signing of Executive Order 13125, the United States Presidential Executive Order related to APIs, AAPIs, meaning Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, was Executive Order 9066 that led to internment of Japanese Americans during World War II.
Okay, that's good. Sorry. Go finish that little piece and then we'll slide up because they keep going. Go ahead.
Okay. Under the Clinton administration, the executive order housed the initiative under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Health Resources and Services Administration.
Perfect. Now let's roll up because that was under Clinton. And then there was one for Obama too.
Mm-hmm.
But we can jump to the Trump one because they got one under Trump too.
Wait a minute. And minorities can go talk to Trump and ask him for something? I thought we weren't allowed to do that. Oh, only us. My bad.
Only black people. Only black people are not allowed to. So
I get it now.
Sorry. Here we go. Okay, the AAP background and context. AAPI community is the fastest growing racial group in the country. The AAPI community grew 46%. This is all through immigration. This is not through growth rate through birth, just so people understand. Not making a comment on it, I'm just saying if you would stop imprisoning black people and killing us and give us this money that you keep giving to other groups that you're not giving us, our population would grow too. But our population is just going to balloon because Black Americans are our own ethnicity. We don't just get to pick other people from around the country to boost our numbers. But and will more than double to 47 million by 2060. These are approximately 22 million AAPI Native Hawaiian residing in the United States. Approximately 6% of the U.S. population representing over 40 countries and ethnic groups that speak over 100 different languages. In 2018, the AAPI wielded $1 trillion. Oh, this purchasing power bullshit. Sorry, they talk about Black people with that all the time. It gets on my nerves. President Donald Trump wants to build on that economic empowerment. The soaring American economy of 2019 is benefiting a number of historically, no, it wasn't, such as African Americans. No, it didn't actually, and Hispanics. No, it didn't.
Yeah, we've been going in reverse.
Yeah, we've been going in reverse. The Asian community is no exception. Well, because they get economic empowerment acts. Unemployment for their segment has reached the lowest levels ever recorded. That's the same bullshit they were saying about Black people.
2.1% unemployment?
Yeah.
What the fuck? We have never seen those numbers since slavery.
Ever.
Wow. Because we were always employed in slavery. We know why. But go ahead.
Yeah, fully employed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On May 13, 2019, President Trump signed an executive order to establish an advisory commission on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, along with the White House initiative to help broaden access to more employers and other economic resources for the AAPI community. So they got a commission through an executive order.
They got a whole commission. Wow.
The contributors of Americans of Asian and Pacific Islander descent are firm. Sorry, I'm getting tongue tied. Forgive me, y'all. Let me take off my glasses too. This shit is hurting me. Okay. Island descent are firmly woven into the diverse fabric of our nation. President Trump said in a recent proclamation, these Americans bolster our economy as entrepreneurs, business owners, and employees who initiate and expand opportunities. But y'all have college degrees when you come here. Then your next generation gets to benefit from that. Plus, you're getting government handouts, and you're telling Black people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Wait a minute, Sam. They're entrepreneurs and business owners. Wait a minute, that's participating in capitalism. I thought.
Oh yeah.
I thought we were supposed to do. I thought we weren't supposed to do
where
that.
You at?
I thought we weren't supposed to do that, Sam. That's Asian capitalism. Wow, that's weird.
Mud, I know you want some of this because you've been researching this shit too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny game because Hispanics have executive orders like this too.
Yep.
We don't have this type of shit. Nope. Like, there is nothing specific for us, and the only thing that comes close is when they're doing like a general racial study type thing, which is going to be for everybody.
Yep.
So, like, I mean, and it's funny because everybody wants to act like, they just did it all on their own. And it's not the reality. The white people didn't do it. None of these other groups did it. And the only people that have to do it on their own is us.
Mm-hmm. That's what Marissa Baradaran said, right? She said the only people that are doing pure capitalism is Black folks because nobody's helping us because government isn't helping us. That's wild.
You have anything else, Mud? I want you to be able to.
That's it. That's all I got for now.
So I want to take this time because a lot of y'all who have come over here from the Fred Hampton leftists to troll our comments. I know you don't even bother to watch the videos, but for the stupid people who watch our videos for some reason and hate watch, I want you to understand this. Like, when you keep saying like, well, everybody's struggling. We need to help everybody. The government is helping other groups. We are the only group not getting shit. Us, for the most part. I'm going to say some poor whites, but y'all poor whites is getting hit in that Clyburn 10, 20, 30 plan. So not all of y'all, but that shit is a white handout because the majority of the people getting hit by this shit are white or Native Americans. So that's not our people.
The poor white farmers were about to get a piece of that farmer bill. Like,
and Black folks still didn't get nothing. And
they still haven't gotten shit. Like I'm saying, like the only people who don't get shit from the government are poor Black people and Black people just in general. So for those of you who are coming to me and saying that I need to put other people and y'all bullshit ahead of me, fuck you. Everybody else is getting handouts from the government. I want my motherfucking piece of the fucking pie or else I will burn this goddamn table. Because I don't care. Like, I'm getting tired of y'all. Like, y'all sit here and be like, get a job, do this, do that. Like, why can't we have some government help and some government handouts like you motherfuckers get? Like, get off the tit. Get off the government tip. Everybody give back that money. Give back those fucking business loans. Give back all that minority bullshit that you guys are fighting for while you're telling us we shouldn't get shit. Go ahead, MG. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. I mean, you're making a valid point. They keep telling us that our stuff should go back on the back burner, like it's ever been off the back burner. We're trying to drag it off the back burners, kicking and screaming, and all they want to do is push it back on the back burner after us being here 400 years and building the goddamn country and having the absolute lowest return on that investment of any group in the country, including Native Americans, because they're being served to a degree. They're not getting fully what they should be getting according to their treaties. But they're getting cuts, though. They're getting exactly. They're getting something.
Forgive me for cutting you off, but remember they got money in the COVID package, so they are getting money. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they continue to get money. They get written into every budget. That's part of the deal. They get written into every budget as a group. Right? And all as groups and subgroups. But all of us, it's a different story. So it's just wild, man. It's just wild to me.
Oh, and I'm so happy that I pulled up this Barack Obama shit. MG, read this shit for me. Just read the Barack Obama quote. Because this is for the Economic Empowerment Act that Barack Obama did for the Asians. So the website's still up. But just read that cute little quote that Obama put up, and then I'm gonna go find some shit on Twitter.
Okay. When any of our citizens are unable to fulfill their potential due to factors that have nothing to do with their talent, character, and work ethic, then I believe there's a role for our government to play. Well, ain't that a bit?
Okay. Oh yeah. Ooh, baby. You red meat. Oh, y'all don't understand the way my brain works. If you was in my head, y'all would be like, God damn, this bitch is nuts. And look, and our story has it right here for me. I love you, boo. I remember who originally did this shit.
Why not say?
Boom.
Why not target the African American
hold on.
community? Why not target the African American community?
I wanted to stop. Okay, MG, I want you to read that one more time, and then I'm gonna slide back over to the Twitter. Because I just feel like it'll sound better if you say it one more time and then I play this. Because I'm an asshole and I fucking hate Barack Obama. I hate you, white man with a Kenyan daddy.
Okay. When any of our citizens are unable to fulfill their potential due to factors that have nothing to do with their talent, character, or work ethic, then I believe there's a role for our government to play.
All right. So, same Barack Obama.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you. This is for African Americans. If there was a banking crisis, then you target money for the banks. If there was a national disaster, you target your money for the national for disaster relief.
That's not how America works. We want to give those young people and young Native Americans like them the support they deserve. We have to invest in them and believe in them and love them.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you. This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
President Barack Obama has begun new initiatives aimed at helping young American Indians or Native Americans overcome the many challenges they face, from poverty to substance abuse.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you. This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works. And few have been more marginalized and ignored by Washington for as long as Native Americans, our first Americans.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you. This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
Fuck you, Barack Obama. Fuck you. Yep, fuck you, Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look up his 2016.
Okay, you have countries like India that have tried to help untouchables with essential affirmative action programs, but hasn't fundamentally changed the structure of the societies. This is all Obama. So the bottom line is that it's hard to find a model in which you can particularly administer and sustain political support for these kind of efforts, which is doing shit for African Americans. And what makes America complicated as well is the degree to which this is not just a black white society, and it's becoming less so every year. So since they didn't pay us in 1865 when it was a black-white society because fucking racists didn't want to, now because we have new immigrants, we can't pay. Sorry, back to the reading. So how do Latinos feel if there's a big investment just in the African-American community? And they're looking around saying, we're poor as well. What kind of help are we getting? Or Asian Americans who say, look, I'm a first generation immigrant and I clearly didn't have anything to do with what was taking place. And now you start getting into trying to calibrate.
So
should I read what Coach said, or you just want to go?
Nah, I just want to say, as he says this, remember we started off with talking about an executive order he was doing for Asian Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why it was specifically for them, and then saying it's going to be left out if they do something specifically for us.
Yep.
What kind of fuckery is this?
It's a bunch of fuckery.
It's like a transfer of responsibility, right? Anytime we need something, they transfer the responsibility for everybody else onto us, right? It's like dude tried to do in our comments. He tried to make us responsible for what's going on and everything going on in the country. Therefore, you must let go of our claim that has never been addressed, right? So that's that transfer of responsibility onto an oppressed group. Number one, it's vile. Number two, it's irrational.
Mud, what's the Thomas Kramer article where he does the rebuttal when people say that nobody, that they weren't here? You know which one it is. It's my favorite.
Hey, family, I got to dip. I'll talk to y'all a little bit later. All right.
See you later. Bye.
All right. Much love. Yeah.
Because we're pretty much finishing up here, anyways.
Professor's case for African American reparations, is that the one?
Yep, it's here. Here we are. So Obama said, so y'all, I need everybody to remember this name. It's a professor's case for African American reparations. Thomas Kramer is the economist that this is about. Everybody needs to Google this. You should have this bookmark because a lot of the rebuttals you need is literally right here. We're not going to get into his history. You can do that work. Or maybe Mud will be nice enough to put in a video for us for that part. Here it is, the question. Nope, I like that you did that, but let's get into, nope. Okay, here we go. Okay, well, let's do all of it. What would you say to the argument that reparations shouldn't be paid because no one living today is a slave or a slave owner? The passage of time sometimes leads to objections, such as there's no present day injustice that is being perpetrated. Therefore, reparations should not be paid. My response to that would be that there are inheritances being handed down to the hands of people whose ancestors did not do the hard work, instead of being handed down to the hands of African-American families whose ancestors did the hard work. That is the present day injustice that has nothing to do with any pain and suffering back then. It has to do with a current injustice. What you think about that, Mud? What you think about that?
I mean, he's speaking nothing but the truth.
Ooh, wait. All right, what is it? We're not going to get into the political disagreement. I want to get into, does he actually talk about the immigration thing in this one, or am I thinking of another one?
I don't know. Do find the control.
Oh yeah. What would I look for? What would control find?
Immigration or immigrants?
Oh yeah. No. Maybe it wasn't that one. Oh well, but still, I think that was a good one for that, anyways. But I like but there's another one. It's like if you immigrate to a country, you are responsible for the debts as well as the surpluses. Like you come to this country because this country is the richest country in the world. If you don't want to have to pay its debts, you don't have to come here. And I'm not saying you should leave. I'm just saying me and Mud can't take our families and move to Germany and say that we're not going to pay reparations to the Jews, because that is the debt of that country. And if I go there and work there, my taxes will be paying that.
For me, it's the same thing as like the national debt. Like you can't come over here talking about you're not going to pay the national debt. Like you're not going to pay taxes towards the national debt. Like what kind of, nah, that's not how this shit works.
That's not how any of this works.
You're an American citizen, and we have an American government that taxes us and prints money and does all these programs. And honestly, you really don't have much say in the matter.
That's
this is what it's for.
Negroes should do whatever is necessary to bring about a complete solution to their problem. When I say whatever is necessary, they should have the flexibility to do whatever is necessary to solve the problem.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. My congratulations to Amy and colleagues here for the new Asian American Studies program. It's very exciting, and we all need a bit of good news in this difficult political time. So I'm thrilled about the Afro-Asia theme, because this is a theme that's preoccupied me for many, many years. And I really want to thank Amy and the organizers for creating this occasion for us to come together and think anew about this theme. I'm really looking forward to the conversations we will have over the next few days. So I will be speaking today about the case Students for Fair Admissions against Harvard University that's now pending in federal court in Massachusetts. Federal District Court, the first case to feature Asian American plaintiffs challenging affirmative action in higher education. How many of you have heard of the case and have been following it in the news? Oh, okay. Most of us find this case interesting. Okay, so despite getting a lot of media attention, the first portion of the trial, which wrapped earlier this month, was not all that exciting because it was pretty much dueling statistical analyses of admissions data in the court. But whatever the trial lacked as spectacle, I want to argue, it made up for in historic significance. In my view, the Harvard case is a historic turning point, maybe even a moment of crisis, not just in terms of law and policy, what will happen to affirmative action in US higher ed, it may well end because of this case, but also in terms of ideology and politics. Here I refer to the way that the case puts pressure on contemporary understandings of racial identity and racial justice, and the century-old Afro-Asian narratives upon which these are based. The Harvard case is a moment of reckoning that exposes some of the contradictions and fallacies of our current racial thinking. It is for this reason also a moment of possibility. So some facts about the case. In November 2014, a newly formed organization, Students for Fair Admissions, filed suit against Harvard in federal district court, alleging that the university discriminated against Asian Americans in undergraduate admissions, and asking the court to prohibit Harvard from considering race at all in its admissions process. In response, Harvard denied that it discriminates against Asian Americans and declared its intention to fully defend its holistic admissions program, famously praised by Justice Powell in the Bakke decision for using race as just one factor in trying to create a diverse student body. So a brief look at the rallies that accompanied the opening of the trial.
Holding signs that say "Stop Harvard's Asian Quota," a group of Asian Americans led by Edward Bloom of Students for Fair Admissions took to Copley Square to protest Harvard University's admissions process. Bloom and others are suing the famed institution for discrimination.
Harvard systematically raises the bar for Asian Americans and systematically lowers it for whites, African Americans, and Hispanics. We allege that Harvard has a quota that limits the number of Asians.
Ed Blum, who is this man and why is he leading a lawsuit on behalf of Asian American students? Harvard's initial brief argues that Students for Fair Admissions is a shell organization created by Ed Blum as a vehicle to advance a right-wing political agenda. This agenda is sometimes politely referred to as rolling back the race-conscious reforms of the civil rights era. But if we refuse the euphemization, what we arrive at is Ed Blum and his right-wing colleagues want to return us to the status quo ante of Jim Crow. As a point man for the right's long-term multi-million-dollar campaign to achieve this goal, Blum has filed more than 24 lawsuits challenging affirmative action and voting rights. His big win was Shelby County v. Holder, the 2013 case, Supreme Court case, where the court eviscerated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 by effectively disabling federal preclearance of changes to state election laws. Practices of voter purging and voter suppression have expanded in the wake of this ruling, just as we would expect, with consequences for the 2016 and 2018 elections. After the Supreme Court upheld race-conscious admissions in Fisher v. Texas, a case I'll briefly talk about later, a case that Blum was the driving force behind, Blum regrouped and came up with a new plan, finding Asian Americans to use in the fight against affirmative action. He formed Students for Fair Admissions. The two other board members were Abigail Fisher of Fisher v. Texas and her father, Richard Fisher, and he went looking for Asian American plaintiffs. Okay, so they formed this organization, Fisher, and Blum. They formed a website called harvardnotfair.org, and they used photos like this to recruit Asian American students as plaintiffs. So as you can see on this picture, were you denied admission to Harvard? It may be because you're the wrong race. And then at the bottom, tell us your story. Does this mean that the right suddenly loves Asian Americans? Does it? It might be more accurate to say the right is willing to do what is necessary to maintain a negrophobic social order, even acknowledging that Asians are discriminated against and admitting more Asian students into institutions of higher education. Strikingly, the Student for Fair Admissions complaint argues not only that Asian Americans are a minority, too, but that they are the most discriminated against minority, doubly burdened by white hostility on the one hand and affirmative action programs designed to help Black people on the other. Asian Americans, the complaint suggests, have displaced Blacks as the most disadvantaged group in society. They are, in effect, the new Blacks. It is often said that Asian Americans are used as pawns by the right in affirmative action issues. But in fact, as the video clip shows, Asian Americans are standing alongside Ed Blum, front and center in the fight to dismantle Harvard's affirmative action program. The Asian American Legal Foundation, a Chinese American organization formed to bring the Brian Ho anti-affirmative action lawsuit against the San Francisco Unified School District in the 90s, along with the Political Action Committee 8020, filed a complaint with the U.S. Departments of Education and Justice charging Harvard with discrimination against Asian students. This complaint was meant to work in tandem with the lawsuit against Harvard, and the complaint quotes the Harvard brief at great length, the Students for Fair Admissions brief at great length. And by filing the complaint with the U.S. Departments of Justice and Education, they've brought the Trump administration into this legal and political battle. In addition, as I'll show, the amicus briefs submitted by the Asian American Legal Foundation in recent Supreme Court cases craft an argument about anti-Asian bias that serves as a template for the Students for Fair Admissions lawsuit against Harvard many years later. What we are witnessing is the emergence of a political phenomenon that has just begun to attract scholarly attention: the mobilization of conservative, professional, middle to upper class, first-generation Chinese Americans via Chinese language apps and social media networks into a formidable anti-affirmative action fighting force on a national scale. Although they represent only a small minority of Asian Americans, these activists claim to speak for all of them, and their dramatic confrontational rhetoric and modes of organizing have mostly drowned out the voices of the majority of Asian Americans who support affirmative action. With an unapologetic Asians first, actually Chinese first position, they scoff at the coalition building commitments embraced by Asian American activists for the past half century. It is the explosive convergence of this nascent Chinese immigrant nationalism with an older conservative white nationalism that is driving anti-affirmative action politics today. So what I want to do today is step back and trace the history of how the Harvard case came to be by looking at how Asian Americans have been figured and have figured themselves in Supreme Court jurisprudence on affirmative action in higher education, from Bakke to the present. And what I will argue is that the Student for Fair Admission's argument in the Harvard case actually culminates a logic that was first laid out in the Bakke case over 40 years ago. A logic of minority equivalency that suggests that all racialized groups, non-white racialized groups, are comparably situated. A logic that despecifies the singularity of Black abjection and disavows the foundational role that anti-Blackness has played in structuring the US social order. This logic of minority equivalency builds upon the flattening, homogenizing aspects of third world narratives, but it also puts the solidaristic aspirations of third world narratives into crisis, as Asian American plaintiffs seek to achieve greater representation at elite universities while dismantling the programs that help other non-white groups in the admissions game. If we look back at the Bakke case, 1978, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see the seeds of the Harvard case there, waiting to grow. So let's start with the memorandum for Mr. Justice Powell, authored by Justice Powell's clerk, Bob Comfort. As you can see with my little hand-drawn red circle there, Powell wrote excellent memo at the top of Comfort's memo and affirmed his clerk's arguments in extensive handwritten margin notes throughout the document, clearly indicating this memo closely shaped or reflected his views on the case. In this memo, Comfort notes that respondent Bakke, challenging the UC Davis Medical School's affirmative action program, argues that all racial classifications, even supposedly benign ones, must be treated as suspect and trigger strict scrutiny, lest courts be faced with the impossible task of adjudicating innumerable claims of group injury. Oh, I don't expect you to be able to read that. I just wanted to show you the excellent memo part. Okay, Comfort writes, most of the ethnic groups comprised by American society have faced, and to some extent still face, prejudice and hostility. Courts will be called upon to explain why classifications disadvantaging some groups will trigger strict scrutiny, and those dealing with others will not. Principal bases for such racial distinctions, says respondent Bakke, are hard to imagine. Presumably, courts would be required to establish rankings of those groups that have been harmed the most by exclusion from various institutions. Courts have done little of this sociometric analysis in the past. So concurring with Bakke, Comfort opines that the courts should decide matters on an individual basis rather than attempting to judge relative group suffering and desert. Sociometric analysis is beyond the court's purview because there is no principled way to make such distinctions, no objective way to ascertain who has been harmed, how much and by whom, and what is owed to them as a result. So courts should not be in the business of sociometry, except that, of course, they are. Comfort's refusal to offer a sociometry that is explicit and transparently argued simply results in his assuming by default a covert and unsubstantiated one. The judgment that there are too many comparably situated groups to adjudicate among is, after all, itself a sociometric observation. So Comfort uses a sociometric observation to argue that sociometry is impossible. In any case, his covert sociometry has a leveling, equivalencing thrust. There is no structural positionality, no foundational anti-Blackness, only fluidity, variation, complexity. Society is a cacophony of comparably situated, competing, self-interested voices. What about the petitioner, UC Regents' suggestion that courts simply begin with the obvious thing? Blacks have been disadvantaged in US society, and then go from there, and maybe they'll add a few other groups along the way. So to that idea, Comfort responds, the prejudice faced by every distinct racial and ethnic group entering this country makes each a potential candidate for compensatory legislation. Consensus as to who needs it and who should bear the burden will be lacking. Witness the nearly 60 briefs filed in this case. The attempt to separate competing claims may well confound judicial ingenuity. Benign scrutiny could be reserved, of course, for a few groups said to be harmed more than most, Blacks, Puerto Ricans, Indians, but it is not immediately clear how one draws a bright line between those groups, and say Jews or Orientals. Both of those groups faced almost hysterical prejudice for decades after first arrival in this country. Both face a quieter, subtler form of prejudice today. A decision that the prejudice facing blacks has been quantitatively more disabling would amount to a judicial leap of faith, I think, rather than a judicial expression of social consensus. So here it is very clear. Comfort brings Orientals into the picture, along with Jews, for the specific purpose of undercutting the petitioner's suggestion that we treat black disadvantage as a consensual departure point. Asians are spoilers here, a wrench in the works. Because Asians can make a strong case that they too have been subject to racial discrimination, Comfort argues, they pose a slippery slope problem for those trying to decide who deserves remedial consideration. So Asians get invoked to thwart the petitioner's attempted specification of black abjection, to render black suffering legally unrecognizable, and to throw a pluralistic tarp over the ugly topography of an anti-black society. At times in Comfort's memo and Powell's decision, as we'll see, it's all ethnic groups that are comparably situated, including white ethnics. At times the focus is on all non-white ethnic groups. But in all cases, the experience of discrimination is universalized and black abjection disappears in a sea of equivalences. Momentously, again, I'm just going to draw your attention to the part circled in red. Momentously, Justice Powell declared in the margins of Comfort's memo, quote, petitioner's argument that blacks are different is not logically supportable, unquote. What about the US government's amicus brief filed in Bakke in support of the UC Davis Medical School? Here again, Asian Americans show up as a potential problem for race-conscious admissions, arguing that properly designed minority-sensitive programs are necessary to overcome the effects of years of discrimination. The brief lays out statistical evidence of discrimination against blacks and those of Spanish heritage. In footnote 39, it then states obliquely, the figures for Asian Americans, Japanese, Chinese, and Filipino only, are somewhat different, unquote. Various figures are then provided indicating Asian Americans look closer to whites than other groups by these figures, with no accompanying commentary. Later, during a discussion of the paucity of black and other non-white students in medical schools, footnote 51 notes, quote, there is no apparent underrepresentation of Asian American persons, unquote. Indeed, between 1970 and 1974, the total number of Asian Americans admitted to the UC Davis Medical School through general admissions was 41. The number of black and Chicano students admitted through general admissions was 1 and 6, respectively. Asian Americans are left as a discomfiting asterisk in a brief that is trying to argue in defense of affirmative action. Quote, it is not clear from the record why Asian American persons are included in the special program. In the governing decision in Bakke, Justice Powell flags Asian Americans no fewer than 3 separate times as a potentially fatal problem for affirmative action. He discusses them each time in the footnotes, which conveys the sense that Asian Americans are like secret spoilers, right? The suppressed truth of Asian Americans the suppressed truth of affirmative action waiting to be exposed. But first, before I get to those 3 mentions, a quote that shows how heavily Justice Powell's decision leans on the reasoning of Bob Comfort's memo, which we've already looked at. Okay, so this is a pretty long quote, just bear with me. Okay, the difficulties entailed in varying the level of judicial review according to a perceived preferred status of a particular racial or ethnic minority are intractable. The concepts of majority and minority necessarily reflect temporary arrangements and political judgments. As observed above, the white majority itself is composed of various minority groups, most of which can lay claim to a history of prior discrimination at the hands of the state and private individuals. Not all of these groups can receive preferential treatment and corresponding judicial tolerance of distinctions drawn in terms of race and nationality, for then the only majority left would be a new minority of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. There is no principled basis for deciding which groups would merit heightened judicial solicitude and which would not. Courts would then be asked to evaluate the extent of the prejudice and consequent harm suffered by various minority groups. Those whose societal injury is thought to exceed some arbitrary level of tolerability would then be entitled to preferential classifications at the expense of individuals belonging to other groups. Those classifications would be free from exacting judicial scrutiny. As these preferences begin to have their desired effect and the consequences of past discrimination are undone, new judicial rankings would be necessary. The kind of variable sociological and political analysis to produce such rankings simply does not lie within the judicial competence, even if they otherwise were politically feasible and socially desirable. So like comfort, Powell claims an objective sociometry is impossible because there are no persistent patterns of racial injury, no structures of racial domination. There is nothing to measure. Indeed, the very terms minority and majority have little purchase, he says, as the white majority is but a composite of white minorities that have each faced discrimination, and once we subtract them, the remainder, the WASPs, become, lo and behold, a new minority. So we are all minorities now. Note the sleight of hand, shifting from a racial political definition of minority to a numerical one. Powell hints at a dystopian scenario where courts would arrogate to themselves the right to choose arbitrarily which groups to favor, and then be compelled to adjust those rankings over and over again to respond to the changes wrought by their own favoritism. If courts attempt to measure a racial positionality that does not exist, Powell suggests, they will actually create it. Justice Powell's vision of intergroup relations, his sociometry that refuses to be called sociometry, is highly impactful. It directly underwrites his momentous finding that the societal discrimination petitioner claims to be redressing through affirmative action is an excessively amorphous concept of injury that does not justify the use of racial classifications. If everyone is discriminated against, no one is discriminated against, at least not in a sense that is legally actionable. The way is paved then for Powell to substantially de-link affirmative action from its original remedial rationale and thus change its purpose and trajectory forever. Okay, let's look at the three moments where Powell mentions Asian Americans in his decision, again, all in the footnotes, and in each case we see that he's using Asian Americans to undermine the societal discrimination rationale for affirmative action, okay? In footnote 36, Powell observes Justices Brennan, White, Marshall, and Blackmun, who all supported societal discrimination as a rationale for affirmative action. He notes that they argue that blacks would have gotten better scores absent societal discrimination. And then he writes, quote, "Nothing is said about Asians," unquote. We read between the lines. If Asians can get good scores and they're discriminated against, why can't black people? In footnote 37, Justice Powell mentions the University of Washington, which includes Filipinos in its affirmative action program, but excludes the Chinese and Japanese, who are better represented. He writes here, but what standards is the court to apply when a rejected applicant of Japanese ancestry brings suit to require the University of Washington to extend the same privileges to his group? There is no Western state which can claim that it has always treated Japanese and Chinese in a fair and even-handed manner. And then finally, footnote 45. Quote, "The university is unable to explain its selection of only the four favored groups, Negroes, Mexican Americans, American Indians, and Asians, for preferential treatment. The inclusion of the last group is especially curious in light of the substantial numbers of Asians admitted through the regular admissions process." Again, all three comments figure Asian Americans as disrupting the link between discrimination and underrepresentation, and thus undermine the societal discrimination rationale for affirmative action. In the end, Powell saves affirmative action by proffering diversity as an alternative rationale, right? Diversity is a compelling state interest. As long as colleges can pursue this, as long as they do not use fixed quotas. So he argues that we should strike down the UC Davis Medical School affirmative action program because it set aside a particular number of places rather than just using race as one factor in evaluating students, as Harvard did. So race-conscious admissions in higher education survives in the Bakke case, but only after it is effectively delinked from slavery, segregation, and what Saidiya Hartman calls the afterlife of slavery. Blacks and a few others can be admitted in larger numbers to U.S. institutions of higher education as long as this is not framed in terms of what is owed to them as a matter of justice, but rather in terms of what would enhance white students' abilities to thrive in a multicultural world. So what do we make of the persistent figuration of Asian Americans as spoilers in the Bakke case? Should we turn, as Asian Americans often do, to the model minority myth? Is that what is going on here? The standard critique of the model minority myth goes something like this. Asian Americans are presented as being more successful than they are in order to drive a wedge between Asians and blacks, to divide and conquer minorities for the benefit of whites. The model minority myth is a white supremacist ideology that must be debunked. Its blanket assertion of success exaggerates Asians' socioeconomic status and conceals the fact that, in fact, Asian national origin groups vary quite widely, right, according to in terms of their socioeconomic measures. To sum it up, the critique of the model minority myth says Asians aren't doing all that well. Not all Asians are doing well, and Asians are minorities too. But even when we keep all of this in mind, there's still something here that seems to need explaining. Why do many Asian Americans fare better than blacks despite being subject to past and present discrimination? Why were Asian Americans the only minority that was admitted to UC Davis Medical School in significant numbers in the general program? Why does the discrimination underrepresentation link seem to break down with Asians? So what I want to suggest to you today is that focusing on the model minority myth as an explanation for what is going on here will actually disable us from answering these questions. This is because the critique of the model minority myth is flawed as an analysis in at least two ways. It reads the valorization of Asians over blacks as merely rhetorical or discursive, and thus obscures the fact that this valorization has been enacted as social structure for nearly 2 centuries. Asians and blacks have been assigned from the start to distinct positions in the US racial order, and recognizing and naming this fact is a prerequisite for understanding differential group outcomes. The problem is not a myth that we can correct or debunk. The problem is structural positionality. The second issue, and we'll come back to this again, is that this critique reproduces the logic of minority equivalency that I've already mentioned. Okay, 20 years ago almost, in 2000, I wrote the following. The assertion of formal interminority equivalences in the face of persistent interminority differentials in status, privilege, and power facilitates the white project of using Asian Americans against blacks. Okay, I'm going to scroll down again to, a little bit further down. After all, if we view all minorities as formal equivalents, it seems presumptively unfair that one minority group should burden another in its efforts to advance. I refer to this phenomena of automatically overriding the claims of one minority group, blacks, through reference to the moral authority of the claims of another minority group, Asian Americans, as playing the racial trump card. Okay, so this was 2000. I didn't realize the word Trump would become quite so loaded. I didn't realize that this would have come to have a double meaning, that in fact this mode of deploying Asians would intersect with the phenomenon of Trumpism. But what you can hear in my words is a concern, right, about the dynamic that I identify and which I think has come to be in the Harvard case. Writing in 2010, in an article entitled People of Color Blindness, Jared Sexton discusses a phenomenon he calls people of color blindness, which he defines as a form of color blindness inherent to the concept of people of color, to the precise extent that it misunderstands the specificity of anti-blackness, and presumes or insists upon the monolithic character of victimization under white supremacy. In a negrophobic society, Sexton argues, the fundamental divide is not between whites and non-whites, but rather between blacks and non-blacks, or between those whose abjection provides a foundation for the social order and those whose coherence and well-being are grounded upon that abjection. People of color, third world peoples, minorities, these are concepts that suggest equivalencies under white supremacy and to this extent obscure the way in which anti-blackness divides and differentiates non-whites. So how should we think about the structuration of race? What kind of sociometric analysis could we pursue? These are the questions that animate my current book project, Asian Americans in an Anti-Black World. I'm going to try to take just a little slice of the book to present to you before we move on with affirmative action. Okay, so my departure point is Lewis Gordon's discussion of the 2 principles shaping the US racial order. Be white, but above all, don't be black. White is best, but the most important thing is not blackness. Blackness, Gordon writes, is the point from which the greatest distance must be forged. So, building upon Gordon, we can say the racial order is structured first and foremost by anti-blackness, the abjection of blackness, and secondarily by white supremacy, the valorization of whiteness. Asian Americans, I argue in my book, are positioned at that tense conjuncture between anti-blackness and white supremacy, where the elevating force of being not black meets the downward force of being not white. Despite significant and persistent inequalities among Asian American groups, even the worst off among them have something, in James Baldwin's words, something to lose, namely their not blackness in an anti-black society. So let me make this a little more concrete by discussing the original Asiatic in the American imagination, the Chinese immigrant laborer in the 1800s. Yes, everything always goes back to the Chinese immigrant labor, everything in Asian American studies anyhow, where we can see how not blackness was constitutive of the very concept of the Asiatic from the start. What we see in each of the three Chinese labor stories of the 19th century that I briefly touch upon in my book, Chinese wage labor in California, Chinese contract labor in the US South, Chinese indentured labor in Cuba, is that Chinese presence was always predicated on black absence. As we learned from Nadia Aram-Hario, Ed Lee Wong, and Moon Ho Jung, Chinese migrants came to California because it was a free state that prohibited slavery and thus had an enormous demand for labor. They were transported to Cuba as part of the coolie trade that sprang up to take the place of the declining global slave trade. And they were transported into the South in the wake of the Civil War to help lock down black economic and political subordination. Global racial meanings shaped and were shaped by these global labor flows under capitalism. Both Western and Asian ethnological science placed Asiatics close to or near Europeans or with Europeans at the top of the scale, and Africans close to apes at the bottom of the scale. Asiatics were indisputably part of the family of man, and by the 1860s, China was formally welcomed into the family of nations as well, as indicated by the signing of the 1868 Burlingame Treaty with the US. Okay, and here Thomas Nast's famous portrait, the youngest introducing the oldest, and we see America introducing China to the rest of the family of nations. Note the absence of African leaders in this drawing, reflecting the widespread view, memorably voiced by Hegel, that Africans were marooned in time with the beasts of the jungle, lacking both civilization and history. The black was indeed the absent referent in white imaginings of the Chinese. It was the not blackness of the Asiatic, as well as their inability to vote, that made them the ideal substitute for black labor, the answer to the problem of slavery's demise. So I suggested that Asian Americans are positioned where the elevating force of not being black meets the depressing force of being not white. Does this mean that they are, in some sense, in between black and white? Not quite. Frank Wilderson writes in Red, White, and Black that in racial slavery, quote, the human was born, but not before it murdered the black, unquote. Anti-blackness, the violent abjection of the black as the antithesis of the human, has structured a social order in which all others, even those despised and unwanted, are at least granted human coordinates. The Asiatics' not blackness got them pretty far in this regard. Negrophobia propelled the Asiatic over the threshold of the human. Oh, I'm missing a page. But once there, they still had to suffer the outrages of white supremacy. They still had to negotiate their humanness with a dominant class who thought of not whiteness as almost a disqualifying trait. Here, Asianness was both an asset to Chinese laborers. It endeared them, for instance, to white economic elites who saw that they could use Chinese laborers both against black laborers and to discipline white laborers. But also race served as the Achilles heel for Chinese laborers, because as Alexander Saxton has documented, the Working Men's Party was able to weaponize race in their struggle against what they called the money power, or capital with a big C, in their fight for Chinese exclusion. In the 1870s, as the Chinese exclusion movement began to gather momentum, powered by the fever dreams of white labor organizers and nativist publishers, Chinese humanness posed a sort of conundrum. How could one argue for the exclusion of the Chinese, who possessed legal and international standing, as recognized by the Burlingame Treaty, and who were also manifestly superior to blacks, who were being at least nominally brought into the polity at that moment, right, during Reconstruction? What was the rationale for giving citizenship, voting, and naturalization rights to blacks and not to the Chinese? Okay, these were the questions that really Thomas Nast was trying to articulate with this famous drawing, The Civilization of Blaine from 1879. Okay, here we see depicted Senator James Blaine, Republican of Maine, presidential contender, who is a leading proponent of Chinese exclusion. Blaine, the imposing statesman, is shown physically supporting a diminutive, childlike black man whose fine clothes are at odds with his cringing, servile aspect. The black man tenders a piece of paper that says vote on it to Blaine, who tramples a copy of the Burlingame Treaty under his feet. Importuning Blaine from behind is a Chinese gentleman of upper-class status, arms open, surrounded by the artifacts of Chinese civilizational accomplishment and commercial power. The Chinese man asks, "Am I not a man and a brother?" Echoing the renowned slogan of British and American abolitionists. Nast's message is clear. Blaine is elevating blacks over the Chinese because of political ambition. This is an obvious violation of treaty obligations and racial common sense. So it was under this specific pressure of justifying the demand for Chinese exclusion in the context of Reconstruction that the Chinese had to be made out not just different from whites, but as the most unassimilable people on the face of the planet. It was because Chinese humanness was taken for granted that Chinese foreignness had to be argued with such ferocity. Otherwise, propelled upwards into the category of the human, the Asiatic might be in a position to storm the inner sanctum of whiteness. Here, too, the referent was the black. The exclusionist rhetoric about the Chinese often said the Chinese were unassimilable, whereas black people were assimilable, but it was black people's lack of civilization, their blank plasticity, that made them able to assimilate. So the Chinese had to be excluded not despite their superiority to blacks, but because of it. No force on earth could make a Chinaman an American, but no force could make him a slave either. In 1877, Congress's Joint Special Committee to investigate Chinese immigration held public hearings in California. Here, Senator Henry Cooper of Tennessee questions Reverend Samuel Blakesley, an outspoken opponent of Chinese immigration. Could it, granting the Chinese suffrage, not elevate them? No, sir. The African was compelled to become an American. He became American in taste, American in feeling, American in religion, American in habits, American in morality. Slavery compelled him to do that, but the Chinese never will, as far as human knowledge can tell. Can you not compel them the same way? No, sir. We have got to work on Chinese entirely by moral suasion. You are making the illustration on account of the lack of desire to work with them. Why will not the same remedy apply to laboring men here that applies in the South? And I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. Where you elevate the colored man, does it not do away with that antagonism? It does, but you have already made the colored man an American. Why would it not do to make the Chinaman an American in the same way? You cannot make him an American. Can you not make him a voter? That would not make him an American. Did it not make the Negro an American? The Negro was an American before he was a voter. Okay, I'll skip down a little bit, down to this one. There is danger of the South, and there is greater danger with the Chinaman. For in addition, the Chinaman has a vigor of thought that has brought the nation a character, and he believes himself superior. As soon as he would get the vote, he would try politically to become superior, and we should have Chinese judges, or Chinese justices of the peace, and they will be controlled by their Chinese prejudices. Would not the Negroes do the same? No, sir. The Negro is an American with American tastes. Can he not be made equally ambitious? Yes, sir, I think so. Why may not the Chinese, after a generation, equally become citizens? Because we cannot reach them except through moral influences. The African was reached through the power of slavery and thus Americanized, but we have no power to make the Chinaman an American. Would not contact with our civilization have the same effect upon the Chinaman as upon the African? No, sir, because the Chinaman despises our civilization. He is proud of his own. He tells us in our face, "You are small potatoes. We were a great nation 3,000 years ago." So blacks were blank slates forcibly imprinted with civilization via slavery. The Chinese possessing human coordinates could not be made into slaves. In an article included in the appendix of the Joint Committee's final report, Charles Wolcott Brooks, former U.S. consul to Japan, observed Negroes, first imported from the wilds of Africa, heathen barbarians in a wild and savage state far lower in the scale of being than the Chinese were 4,000 years ago, for Negroes had no literature, philosophy, or cultivation, were brought here as slaves against their will, with all the horrors of the Middle Passage, to furnish involuntary labor under the lash, a thing no Chinaman will bear. So what marked blacks as slaves, Wolcott suggests, was not the mere fact of their enslavement, but that they bore it, as livestock would, because they stood outside the realm of human dignity and honor. Wolcott willfully denies the historical record of black resistance, of slave revolts, fugitivity, black abolitionism, in order to assert slavery is a test of evolutionary fitness. It only happens to those who let it happen to them. For everyone else, it was unthinkable. The Chinese were ineligible for citizenship, but they were also ineligible for enslavement. But what about the coolies? As Moonho Jung has shown in Coolies and Cane, Chinese laborers in the U.S. were persistently associated with coolieism, and through coolieism with that other form of unfree labor, slavery. So the Chinese were ineligible for enslavement, but the mediating term of coolie brings the two terms into a plausible relationship with one another. The point here is what was accomplished ideologically by positing this association, namely tainting Chinese laborers with blackness and slaveness. As Rudy Batzel discusses, the Working Men's Party in California viewed the large-scale employment of the Chinese as capital's attempt to resurrect slavery in another form in order to undercut white labor once again, right, as the slave power had. So the rhetoric of coolieism allowed the Working Men's Party to mobilize anti-black affect against the slave in the push for Chinese exclusion. But wasn't the Asiatic constitutively not black and not slave? It bears emphasizing that being compared with coolies and slaves did not mean being indistinguishable from slaves. To the contrary, distinguishability is a prerequisite for comparison. Comparison requires difference. We do not compare identical things, X and X, we compare X and Y. It was because they were known to be not black, because they had not blackness to lose, that the slave comparison could be used to tarnish the Chinese. This is apparent if we look at the limit case, Chinese indentured laborers in Cuba. They were technically voluntary laborers, right? They signed labor contracts, they received wages, and the contracts were called papers. Yet there were many aspects of their experience that made them seem unfree, compared, for instance, to Chinese immigrants in California. Lisa Yun, in the book The Coolie Speaks, concludes Chinese coolies were in fact slaves, that their contracts or papers were a mere pretense. But there are many reasons to believe coolies were in a privileged position relative to slaves, from the distinctions made between the two in Spanish colonial law, as you can see in the first box, to the division of work on sugar plantations in Cuba. For me, the most compelling evidence that coolies were not slaves is precisely the evidence that Yun adduces to show that they were, namely the testimonies that coolies gave to the commission that China sent to investigate the coolie trade in Cuba in the 1870s. I don't know how many of you have looked at this testimony, coolie testimony, that was produced by this commission in a report. This is a torrential record of physical suffering and grief, suicide and murder, anger and hopelessness. A recurrent theme in this testimony is the coolies' bitterness that they were being treated like slaves. Again, Yun reads this as evidence the coolies were slaves. But as Rebecca Scott suggests in Slave Emancipation in Cuba, the coolies' testimony rather shows that they jealously guarded their superior status to slaves. The complaint, we were treated like slaves, should be read as we are not slaves and should not be treated as such. Right? There's an indignation that the coolies are showing at this ontological misreading of them as slaves. Plantation owner Eliza Ripley recalled, the poorest, lowest coolie carried his contract on his person and never hesitated to assert his rights. The fact that the coolies' papers did not mean all they purported to mean does not indicate they were therefore meaningless. Papers did not make the coolie a free laborer, a liberal subject, an autonomous rights-bearing individual. But they were an ontological marker, tagging the coolie as not property, as a being who had to consent to being coerced. This is why coolie traders held Chinese men in barracoons for weeks and even months, beating them and starving them until they agreed to sign contracts. The coolie was different from the slave, not because he was at all times treated better than the slave, but because he was considered a custodian of his own freedom. And so he had to consent to its surrender, even if the consent was obtained through force. So what bearing does this discussion of the 19th century Asiatic have upon the Harvard affirmative action case? What this brief historical detour suggests is that the Asiatic's constitutive not blackness is a form of privilege or advantage that has shaped their insertion into the economy, society, and polity. Thus, it is misleading to say with Justice Powell that Asian Americans are affirmative action spoilers who disrupt the discrimination underrepresentation link. The question how Asian Americans are succeeding despite discrimination, how do they start out in the same place as blacks and end up farther ahead, is not on point. The question should be instead, how have Asian Americans been positioned differently from blacks and in relation to blacks, such that the specific advantages, immunities, and burdens attached to that position shape their group outcomes relative to blacks? This sociometric question undercuts the Asian spoiler narrative by exposing the logical fallacy upon which it rests. In the decades after Bakke, Asian American enrollment in U.S. higher educational institutions rose significantly, surpassing their rapidly growing percentage of the population. As a result, Asian Americans were, in many cases, removed from existing affirmative action programs or not included in new ones. But the Asian spoiler narrative continued with a twist. Instead of being figured as beneficiaries of affirmative action programs who cast doubt on the programs from the inside, now Asian Americans came to be figured as victims of affirmative action programs, casting doubt on them from the outside. In the 1980s, a task force of Asian American activists and scholars noted that Asian American admission rates were not keeping up with Asian American application rates. So they charged a number of elite schools with discrimination. Dana Takagi writes about this in her book, Retreat from Race. But they were very clear that even though they opposed the idea of putting a ceiling or a quota on Asian applicants, they were absolutely supportive of affirmative action, which they understood to be putting a floor right underneath the numbers of other minority groups. So they were very clear about those distinctions, separating the question of a ceiling for Asian Americans from a floor for other groups. However, in the late 1980s, William Reynolds, Ronald Reagan's Attorney General, said in a speech, Asian Americans were victims of affirmative action, and that the ceiling on Asian Americans was the inevitable result of a floor for other favored racial groups. The Asian spoiler narrative was going strong. In Grutter v. Bollinger, the first U.S. Supreme Court case to deal with race-conscious admissions after Bakke, Barbara Grutter, pictured here on the left, a white woman, was rejected by the University of Michigan Law School and filed suit, claiming that the affirmative action program discriminated against her. So in this case, the briefs for petitioner and respondent briefly mention Asian Americans, but I want to focus on the amicus brief submitted in support of Barbara Grutter by the Asian American Legal Foundation, the group I've already mentioned. Again, foreshadowing the arguments that would be made in the Harvard case more than a decade later. So the Asian American Legal Foundation amicus brief in Grutter says that state actors are, quote unquote, have been freed from the constraints of any remedial purpose, are running amok with their racial schemes, arbitrarily designating certain groups as preferred and others as non-preferred, in a grotesque project of Kafkaesque social engineering. What makes the university's program especially repugnant, the brief suggests, is the long history of discrimination against the Chinese. In a perverse sociometric move, the brief implies Asians, already burdened like blacks, are now, because of affirmative action, even more disadvantaged than blacks. There is no mention of historical discrimination against blacks. There's no mention of the integrationist intent of the law school's admissions program. One could be forgiven for wondering if the law school's admissions program was designed specifically to persecute the Chinese. This brief relies upon a highly selective reading of history. Consider how it cites two cases, Gang Lam v. Rice, 1927, Lee v. Johnson, 1971, as proof of Chinese Americans' bona fides as civil rights warriors. In the former case, attorneys for Chinese American Martha Lum argued that she should be allowed to attend white rather than colored schools in Jim Crow, Mississippi, on the grounds that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment protected the Chinese too. From what? From the dangers of associating with black students. This is an interesting use of the Equal Protection Clause. In Lee v. Johnson, attorneys for Chinese American children in San Francisco argued they should not have to obey a desegregation busing order, because doing so would disrupt Chinese cultural instruction. Chinese Americans fought against racial classifications in education in both cases, it is true, but in ways that reinforced the segregation of black students. Ironically, this is what the AALF is doing as well. A decade after the Grutter Court upheld race-conscious admissions under the diversity rationale, Ed Blum counseled Abigail Fisher, here she is pictured with Ed Blum, a white woman applicant who had been rejected by the University of Texas, to sue the university. Again, I'm going to focus on the amicus brief submitted by the AALF. In the first part of this case, Fisher won. This brief reprises the central themes of the Grutter brief that it submitted with this climactic addition on page 36. Grutter will be seen as the Plessy of its generation. It is worth pausing over this declaration, which likens the Grutter ruling upholding the University of Michigan's Law School Affirmative Action Program to the fateful 1896 Supreme Court ruling that locked down Jim Crow laws for more than another half century. Grutter will be seen as the Plessy of its generation. What we see here is Black people being evacuated from their history and Asians moving in to occupy it while trading on the moral currency of the Black struggle. Asians are the new Blacks. Blacks are not only displaced as victims, they are then vaulted into the position of world historical villains. Blacks and their allies are malevolent Jim Crow legislators. Asian American college applicants are Homer Plessys, courageously defying segregation laws in the name of equality and freedom. And the court's ruling in Grutter is, like the court's ruling in Plessy, a crime against humanity. Asian America first. Liberal Asian American groups like ALDEF, Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and Asian Americans Advancing Justice filed briefs in response to this brief by the Asian American Legal Foundation. The amicus brief submitted by the Asian American Advancing Justice Group notes that, like other minority groups, AAPIs have suffered racial prejudice, and race-conscious admissions programs have helped counteract that prejudice. Currently, the brief asserts select Asian subgroups benefit from race-conscious admissions, all Asians stand to benefit from diversity, and many Asians benefit from affirmative action in other contexts. And as a whole, Asians are not demonstrably harmed by the UT Austin plan. As such, quote, the undersigned amici reject these unfounded claims by petitioner and her amici that AAPIs are harmed by such programs and categorically oppose such efforts to use the AAPI community as a wedge group to curtail racial opportunities for racial minorities. This is essentially the critique of the model minority myth that I commented on earlier. Note how the logic of minority equivalency is reproduced rather than challenged here. Model minority discourse is a non-response to the Asian American Legal Foundation's claim that Asians are the most disadvantaged group. After Fisher's lawsuit failed to take down race-conscious admissions, Ed Blum turned to his Asian strategy and launched the Students for Affirmative Action, Students for Fair Admissions. Their initial complaint in the Harvard case will sound familiar to us by now. Significantly, its second author, William Consovoy, clerked for Clarence Thomas, was second author on the brief for Petitioner Fisher in Fisher 1 and lead author on the brief for Petitioner Fisher in Fisher 2. The complaint calls for the court to prohibit Harvard from using race as even one factor in admissions, and says further, Harvard and other academic institutions cannot and should not be trusted with the awesome and historically dangerous tool of racial classification. As in the past, they will use any leeway the Supreme Court grants them to use racial preferences in college admissions, under whatever rubric, to engage in racial stereotyping, discrimination against disfavored minorities, and quota setting to advance their social engineering agenda. Strict scrutiny has proven to be no match for concerted discrimination hidden behind the veil of holistic admissions. There may be times when social problems can be solved democratically, but massive resistance to racial equality is not one of them. See Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas. Once again, the analogy of choice is Jim Crow. The administrators of Harvard's program and their Black beneficiaries are segregationist Southern whites, massively resisting integration. Asian Americans are Daisy Bateses, braving hostile white mobs at Little Rock Central High, and the court's mandate, as it was with Brown, is to pursue racial equality in the face of popular opposition. The judge in the Harvard case, Allison Burroughs, may not pass judgment on Student for Fair Admission's perverse sociometry and fantastical analogizing. Instead, the case will likely turn on the technical question of whether Harvard discriminates against Asian applicants in its personal ratings, which are one component, along with academic, extracurricular, and athletic ratings, of each applicant's overall score. In personal ratings, applicants are assessed on traits such as positive personality, others like to be around him or her, likability, helpfulness, courage and kindness, attractive person to be with. Asian Americans are consistently given lower personal ratings than other groups by Harvard admissions officers, which lowers their admissions rates. So the question is whether this is a result of discrimination or non-discriminatory factors. So a Student for Fair Admissions expert says his statistical analysis shows this is discrimination at work, and that Harvard engages in what he calls racial balancing to give Asian American applicants lower personal ratings, which lowers their admissions rates. Harvard's expert disagrees, saying personal ratings are too complex to be modeled statistically because they involve multiple components that are statistically unobservable or impossible to measure. He notes that the Asian American percentage of the admitted Harvard freshman class has increased by 29% over the past decade to now nearly 23% of the freshman class, keeping in mind that Asians are less than 6% of the US population. Will the judge accept the Student for Fair Admission's claim that the disparity in personal ratings proves intentional discrimination, or Harvard's claim that it is the innocent result of a combination of statistically unobservable factors? Whatever the outcome at the district court level, will Students for Fair Admissions at subsequent levels of review persuade the courts that a ceiling on Asian Americans, if it does exist at Harvard, is inextricably tied to a floor for other minorities, and that therefore the court should prohibit the consideration of race altogether in admissions? It remains to be seen whether the Asian spoiler narrative will accomplish what white charges of reverse racism have for decades not been able to accomplish. That is the ending, the final dismantling of affirmative action in US institutions of higher education. In Jordan Peele's acclaimed 2017 film Get Out, the sole Asian character, a man of Japanese descent, Hiroki Tanaka, attends the cocktail party thrown at the Armitage House. Hiroki is on the far right there. He approaches the protagonist, Chris, at one point during the party and asks if being African American is an advantage or a disadvantage. This is Hiroki's only line in the film, and it is a surprising line, to say the least, in a film whose subject matter is anti-Blackness. Tanaka then goes on to make a formal bid, alongside the white guests, for the use of Chris's body. What does it mean that an Asian man asks this question of a Black man in the middle of what turns out to be an extended slave auction? What does it mean that he imagines being Black could be anything but a disadvantage in this context? One way to read this scene is to see it as a commentary on how Asian Americans show bad faith when they insist on minority equivalencies and deny their relatively advantaged position within an anti-Black order. When Hiroki asks the question of Chris, he is not so much seeking an answer as performing a refusal to acknowledge the anti-Blackness that structures the world. He dissembles his own racial status even to himself. He wonders if he has it worse than a Black man, even as he prepares to bid on that man's body in an auction, and if all goes well, occupy it in perpetuity. What Peele invokes so powerfully here is the fraught question of Asian American involvement in and investment in an anti-Black order. Sometimes Asians are not unwilling conscripts or pawns in white racial games. Sometimes they weaponize themselves. The Harvard case is one such moment. My hope is that this moment will be a turning point where we Asian Americans look back and say, that was the moment when we began to develop a new sociometry of race. Justice Powell was right that sociometry is a difficult and contentious task, but as he himself demonstrated inadvertently, it's not a choice between sociometry and no sociometry, but a choice between one that is covert and unsubstantiated and one that is open and transparently defended. We are all sociometrists, and we always have been. The question is whether we will allow to stand a sociometry that dissembles existing structures of racial power, or instead produce one that names and analyzes these structures and exposes them to the light, however uncomfortable or unsettling the sight. It's not enough to say we are not that successful, or we are discriminated against too, or even to say we will not be used. The language "we will not be used" suggests that Asians are hapless pawns, unwilling conscripts, when the truth is more complicated, that we have been not Black from the start, with all that this entails about psychic and material investments in the social order. How then can we grapple collectively with this truth and reimagine ourselves, not simply as victims, not always as protagonists, and rarely as innocent? How can we complicate the story of our own suffering profoundly and irrevocably by seeing it in relation to Black suffering, whose limitlessness defines the limits of ours? For those of us who dream the dream of Afro-Asian relationality, the story is, at least in part, ours to write. Thank you.
Produced by Duke University.
For a period of nearly 80 years, between the Civil War and World War II, Black Southerners were no longer slaves, but they were not yet free. In one of the most shameful and little-known chapters of American history, generations of black Southerners were forced to labor against their will.
If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. Should you try to pretend that I'm crazy because I want America to be saved? And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Yeah. Welcome. The penny is tape. So deep, embedded in my spirit so heavy, got me self-medicating like Dr. Sebi, but not with natural things that come from the earth. Man tampered with the substance to have false sense above it, so I'm drinking, drugging, thinking how will I survive in the land where my ancestors worked till they died. They looking down on my people, I'm never surprised. We accepted non-acceptance, they claim we made the divide. Like we chose to come here, they was forcing them. They didn't break when they got dropped, they wasn't porcelain. Generations of being boxed out to torturing. To this present day, somebody push us, we torturing. The water we swim in is so vast and deep. You try to swim in this shit, then you hurting your obliques. For the people who don't know, that's the muscles in your stomach. Cause off the trip alone, we all should have been gone. Where your grandparents from, the life your great granny led. I gotta ask the hard questions, cause Alex Trebek dead. If you're ahead, why is your ethnic group successful in America above Negroes? You think you're special? Take your whole ethnic group and place them in our shoes. Would they even survive? Would you even be alive? I mean, we live on the soil that my ancestors toiled. Blood splattered on the leaves, dropped into the dirt, it gave nutrients to trees. On plantations we try to run from, got caught the same trees we swung from. I'm just trying to paint a picture clearer than before. Black people whose family was here before the Civil War, and still here every other war after. Legal chattel in the United States of America. And there's a simple way to break down my lineage with slavery, then Jim Crow, and in between was peonage. And in between was peonage. And we still living it.
African American workers, they don't have tools, they can't supply themselves with seed and other equipment. This is supplied by the landowner. And rather than being paid cash, they are paid a share of the crop.
Each year you borrow money, and at the end of the year often you can't pay it back because the price of cotton is falling and what you get for your crop is not enough to actually pay off your debts. So instead of getting out of debt, they're falling further and further into debt each year.
I was born in the late 1890s somewhere in Arkansas. There were no doctors, my parents were sharecroppers, and their parents born slaves, the land of the free. Hypocrisy of democracy was obvious to me, so I held since I was 6 on the same plantation that they brought my parents' grandparents to. How they gonna say that we free with no money, man? We ain't free. The sharecropping contract set up so we can't leave, and their parents signed it at the time, so they can't read. Jim Crow was in my face, separation like why? My mama said how it is, I'm looking white folk eye. Then time goes by, I'm 16, and all I know is survival. It's set up for me to turn into chattel, but I'm starting to feel like a tiger. And one day I'm downtown, walking down the street, a white man is walking toward me, and the gut is how I greet. This day I didn't move, I'm like, I won't forfeit shit, and now this cracker trying to hang me like like a Christmas ornament. My parents found out, and they already seen how this goes. Used a lifesaver, got a ticket, nothing but my clothes. Now I'm on the color section on the train, all alone is how I feel. Chain gangs that's longer than cornfields. I get to the Midwest city of your choice, trying to find my mom's friend. But she poor, living in a tenement building, kids, she got 10. I go to the dock, cause I heard that's a spot to go get a new job. But the whites won't let me rock, cause they won't let me join their union. What is they doing? European immigrants with class solidarity's a lie. They hate Negroes too, they ain't trying to share their pie. Now I'm walking back home, and I passed a juke joint. Seen a brother dress cool, and it was on point, getting all the attention. I tell he was on some bullshit. He had a new car, white people riding horses. I'm like, how he get that? Like, how he did that? I'm like, damn, I had to sit back, like how he lived that. So I approached him, he seen I was young and I was hungry. I'm like, goddamn bro, I'm just trying to get some money, cause my family in the South, I gotta send some money back home. Alright bro, come on, I'm gonna put you on. Started running numbers, security at the juke joint, and then I had to prove points, I had to climb up. He like, damn, I see that you strong bro, you remind me of me when I was younger, cause I could see your hunger and I could see your pain. He put me on the game, then I had my own brothel. The white politicians would come and spend dollars on the low key. Then he started catching more heat from the police. They ain't want to see a black man eat like that. White folks can't sleep at peace like that. Then they put him away for 5 years, and I'm all alone. Then he passed the empire down to me, I got the throne. Now what I'm gonna do to keep it strong?
Peonage and involuntary servitude was created through the system of sharecropping.
Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master. And right today, it's a term that is used only to point out the descendant of slaves. It's never used for black people, period. Africans can come to this country. They aren't called Negroes. And if they are called Negroes, they resent it. So if Negro meant black, as we've been taught, it would be a term that would be applicable to or pliable to everyone.
Everything we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. Well, you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost, like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. Trying to find hope when I can't see it. A country that good is wrong, knowing we can't leave it. But we been here, so the power we must seize it. If we don't fight, the next generation will inherit nothing, I can't see it. Ask your grandparents about what happened in the 50s. White middle class was growing in major cities. In lots of states, they couldn't even use the bathroom. Lots still worked in fields, never saw a classroom. Heard a Fannie Lou speech, felt the spirit through the tomb. Like a fetus feels a heartbeat in the mother's womb. Can't give up, cause we came too far. The road seems narrow, but we rise through the peril. They hoping that we perish and become an asterisk in the history books with all the things they took. My great-grandfather was a laborer. You think he was getting paid like his white neighbors was? Everything we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. Well, you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost, like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. My people, I'm loving them, persevere through the struggle and make moves while hustling under thumb of the government, pop culture because of it. All the music you bubble with, foundation is for slaves, can't forget now you stuck with it. Their descendants are still here, can't leave now you stuck with us. Despite attempts to fuck with us, can never get enough of us. The hate is so deep, cause they deny they in love with us. Always shifting the blame on us to deny what they done to us. Yet we still living, despite the indifference. We make scraps taste good when provided with kitchens. Think about my great-grandparents when I'm under pressure. 1910s Jim Crow, they did not fold. I'm acting just like a vessel, let my people know we special. Descendants of American slavery, we set the levels of what's perceived as perseverance. Fighting all the things we did was fill us. They don't want to give us what they owe cause they fear us. Damn, we ain't gonna do nothing. All we wanna do is just get what's owed and be left alone. God damn. We out.
Charlie Edwards' generation may wonder at the ways of Washington, but it's too old to make any demands. But when Mr. Edwards looks at Doddsville through the eyes of his son, returning from Vietnam, it's a different point of view.
I think he ought to have some of what he needs. I think he ought to have a good home to live in. I think he ought to have bathrooms in his house. I think he ought to have everything that a poor man could have, especially when he went up against what's going on in Vietnam. So I think so myself if I had to go to Vietnam. I think if I went and took all the punishment, and everything happened to me while I was in Vietnam, and then come back home and couldn't have a decent bed to lay down in, and not a decent job, I don't think I feel like ever going back no more for my country. I wouldn't feel like this for my country, not especially for my part of it, for me. I feel like it's for the other fellas instead of me.
When I think about that and how hungry people are in the South, then it makes me a little sick to say, how can they spend all that much money in another country and really not doing nothing at home? See, I think charity began at home and then spread abroad.
Penny is taken. Well, let us work, let us work, the reason you bought us here was to work, right? Yo. Ancestors worry about way more than high blood pressure, stuck in situations, unjust stipulations, forced to build the wealth of the nation. The descendants get left nothing and get boxed out of this creation. Cousin Mud, you laced this beat, you know you my damn brother, and now I gotta hug this track like it's my grandmother. Speaking to her, she been through things you can't imagine, and used that pain and flipped it into lessons for a grandson. Plantation with hot, slave cabins is old, slave shit, disease infected, these crackers is cold. How you gonna judge us when they did us lower than the sea levels in the Dead Sea? Oh, let's see. Man, you free a group of people and don't really give them freedom. Find a few select out the bunch and go and feed them. Prop them up and say white supremacy's defeated, while upholding their systems to get it don't need a genius. People playing games when it come to reparations. It's only for descendants of slavery with cash payments. If anything I said you don't like and your feelings hurt, my people been through way worse. Shut up then, let us work. Yeah. Let us work, if you moving the right way, do the work, the reason they brought us here was the work, they claim we lazy, but we ain't scared to work, our resilience only showcased our brilliance, lessons passed down and we adapted in the fields with, fought for civil rights, we fought in every war, but we got no rewards, disproportionately poor, any anti-black leftists is testing the nigga patience, blatant class reduction, you need special education, this the question I'm gonna ask, are all workers chattel slaves in America? They still shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't like the you too. Shut the fuck up. These whites used like plungers when they told us get stuffed up. You know what? I'm not thinking now. I'ma let it go. Fuck Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Jim Crow Joe. Fuck Trump too, and fuck Andrew Johnson. They all did nothing for us, or they expanded our problems. We trying to close the wealth gap. Yeah, that's the target. And rouse our people up like sea levels in the Arctic. Black people burn the city. It's a race riot. Angry whites do the same, and it's an uprising. Reparations is the first step to try to heal the hurt. Y'all know why y'all bought us here. Now shut up now, let us work. Let us work. Doing the right thing, do the work. The reason they brought us here was to work, right? But they don't want to give us any work, right? Then let us work. The reason you brought us here was to work. Penny is taken.
We came from a distant land, our lives already planned.
And this was in the 1950s or 40s?
40 to 60s.
So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave or if you tried to refuse what they wanted?
Back in them days, it was kind of like you had to do what the white man said or get killed. My daddy's uncle, he made him dig a grave and killed him.
American fruit.
They killed him first, castorized him, and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him.
Our master saw we worked from morn till night.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow?
Fucked up, ain't
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving
Penny estate.
in a garden where there should be room to grow?
Take them home. Black America, it seems they hate us more than the terrorists. All these mind games so stressful, gotta see therapists. Living in conditions due to our social position, but things would be different if white people were switched in. They go and say I'm crying victim, do it by yourself. But victims never speak, that's why they see him as weak. And they see us as a threat, coming to collect like loan sharks cause they know they owe a debt. A lot of Negroes slip through the cracks, go ahead and ball, but our collective wealth is small. That's why it's no parachute that opens when you fall. A lot of Negroes that fellas now working at the mall or some shit like that. Have you ever been to American ghettos, seen blacks living in rebel churches everywhere surrounded by devils? And it make you wanna scream like a kettle when the water's too hot. We need better jobs, not more cops. Before COVID, they been had us under quarantine. Redlining costs us not to spread like we was some disease. And our bread didn't rise, we ain't had the yeast. Banks still denying loans, make it hard to get homes. 13% of the population, 50% of the homeless population, despite building the nation. Lead in the water, in the walls, making the kids sick. Some is so hungry that they even eating paint chips. Ain't that some shit? Fucked up, man. Seem like nobody care, right? You gotta keep pushing though, man. You know? I'm not gonna stop. If we can't stop, we ain't got no other choice, man. We running out of patience. I'm done waiting. Always tell us to build on the swampy foundation. Ask politicians for help, they tell us to pound pavement. Stop voting for these people, they'll do nothing to feed you. They won't serve our interests, forget it. I know they can see how we live in the prisons. You can't build a home with no lumber. Have you seen the wealth numbers? The next generation will have nothing, just suffering. Pressure bust pipes, politicians, not celebrities, need to get on their neck and squeeze till they can't breathe. Metaphorically, we need political solutions. A wealth transfer control over institutions. When we call them out, they gon' say be friends with Putin. And that's sad though, the only Russian I know is Drago. Tired of seeing my people living with squalor, I see the pain. White and black middle class wealth is not the same. Trying to throw up people off the economic boat and chain rots to our ankles so the bodies won't float. That's why black politicians are bought so easily. I trust the CDC more than the CBC, cause they work for POCs, they ain't never worked for me. Complicit in policies that will do the worst to we. We our own ethnic group, we can't run to the motherland. My ancestors built this bitch, this is my mother's land, you understand?
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow?
At first, I wanted to be white, because my family was 20 of us, 6 girls and 14 boys. We would make 50 and 60 bales of cotton, gather all that cotton, and we wouldn't have food in the wintertime. So I figured then the white people must be right. But as I got older, I said, no, it's something wrong. And if I ever get a chance, I'm going to do something about it. I'm thinking about in terms of a better and a greater world for all people. And we can't do that by me in one corner doing what I can do to hurt you and you in the other corner doing the same thing against me.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.